Hello and welcome to Office Hours, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Hopefully everything is working. It seems like it's working. Okay. All right, yeah, everything's been working. Let's get to the office, shall we? Oop, I hit the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Office time. It's office time. Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Hopefully everything's working now. Yeah, everything's going good. Everything's going good. It looks good. Just weird. Drycon, thank you so much for that 7 months of subscription. You were very important power, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers, man. Shots and cheers. Glad to hear that tree. I don't know what IT did at work, but I can watch Twitch and computers now. And the computers now? Nice. Welcome to Office Hours. So those of you who have never seen Office Hours before, this is a live stream. I do it on Thursdays. It's an AMA. I usually pull out a little section to do a little video on it. I'm probably not going to do it this week because we've got a lot of videos. If those of you who haven't been following, I've been doing a video every 2 days for every new floor that's open for Invictus. I've done Invictus. So I just finished recording and editing the Crusader floor, which is going to be exported and uploaded for tomorrow night. And then Saturday in the afternoon, I'm going to release the next Galactic or next lore Citizen podcast. It's a special where I talk with Tree about the UE, Navy, and the Marines. Greetings from your future. I love your content. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul Merritt. So yeah, Tree joined me talking about the Marines. Gosh, what else is going on? And then on Saturday, we're obviously going to have Captain's Table, where Naz and Zark are going to sit down with me, and we're going to look at the breakdown of the letter, the letter from the chairman, and see how that works. Break it down, talk about it, and then move on, and then questions and answers about it, that kind of thing. Sunday we'll do a normal content. So this whole week has been every day uploading a video, and there's been some issues obviously, but break it down. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the UE Army, I even started off with saying, because I talk about the Navy, and I talk about the Navy for like 20 minutes, and Tree gives like a 40-minute dissertation about the Marines, and I'm like, he gave me the script beforehand of what he was going to read from. I'm like, yeah, I am. Let's just go for it. But I even start off with we're going to talk about the Navy and the Marines because Army is sad boy. They're a sad branch because they have fucking nothing. There's nothing interesting about the UE Army, other than that they're like the most often to be penal battalioned. Like Tavaran are often in the Army because they have to. They've been great. I hope you're doing great. Thank you, Corn Monkey. Hey, Crystal King. I mean, basically, the Tavaran are in the Army because they were told you either go to jail or you go to the Army, and so they chose the Army. And the messed up part about that whole thing is that the Tavaran don't get citizenship if they have to serve through prison, because like as an option. Hey, Renovate. Murders the Redder student loans, though. Yeah. The Army's like the land coast guard of the UE at this point. Yeah. Again, they need to have something big. We actually had this conversation in Discord at one point. It's like they need to have like artillery, I have a pitch. I'm going to say this before we can get on to the actual main topic. I have a pitch. The pitch is a ship that has no quantum drive, but is big, medium to large size. Hey, thank you so much for that 18 months there, GR. And this ship swaps out any sort of quantum ability for a lot of hydrogen fuel and just guns. Guns and missiles for days. So you have to transport it to the front lines, but it's broken OP. It'll just wreck everything, but you can easily run away from it. No, like a gunship, like a helicopter gunship. Like, because the equivalent of a helicopter gunship or a helicopter in the Star Citizen universe is a ship with hydrogen fuel, but no quantum. Where's my capital new ship? That'll be IAE. Yep, IAE. IAE. So a coastal gunboat? Kind of, yeah. Nah, Retribution has a quantum drive on it. Kind of like Jabba's Floating Palace. More like, I'm thinking something that's more like akin to a Redeemer, but, you know, not garbage. Thank you for that $3, Depa. Sheba Dog raising an arm. Okay, how's it going? Okay, it just reads that off rather than that. Thank you for that $3 there, Depa. Is that the Argo Cargo? Yes, the Argo Cargo Steel version. I've been binging your stuff recently. One of my fuses in my apartment blew, fried my motherboard, so I haven't been able to play Star Citizen. It's a great replacement for withdrawals. I'm glad that I can help with the withdrawals. Honestly, what we actually need in lore is an in-lore combat doctrine. I mean, yes, but we also need something that would make the army stand out. And the army standing out, the thing that would make the army stand out is using vehicles which are an equipment which is stupid big. Like something that is absolutely impractical for spaceborne combat. But something you can bring in with larger ships to assist with massive like invasions. Which is why I've always been a big proponent of mechs or mecha of some kind. You know, make it exotic, make it different, doesn't matter. But like towed artillery, the effectively like helicopter gunships, mobile artillery. We already have tanks, but you know, infantry fighting vehicles, mobile bases of some kind, you know, things that the armies of the world today specialize in over the Navy or the Marines, which are, you know, large forces, but they specialize in their own different areas. We're not going to learn a lot about the Kurthok for a while there, JG. The Kurthok are going to be something that CIG keeps in their back pocket for well down the line of Star Citizen's development. And Hadesians are definitely going to be waiting until until Hades comes out. Hey, Dr. Jurley. Jurley. And thousands of Imperial Guardsmen. I mean, yeah, obviously you want to have mass numbers of troops, but just having waves of troops isn't necessarily, you know, army. The army needs to stand out in other ways. The difference between, say, the army and the Marines is the Marines typically don't run as hot or as heavy as a Marine, as an army infantry group in any way, shape, or form. You can think of an army as more heavy infantry. We need something like that. Okay, on today's ISC, they talked about how the Scorpius is classified as a heavy fighter. Yes. However, they also said that the Super Hornet is a heavy fighter when it's classified as a medium fighter. No, the Hornet is classified as a medium fighter. The Super Hornet is a heavy fighter. Do you feel the Scorpius is probably classified as a heavy fighter, like the Vanguard, or needs to be reclassified to fit more of its role as a medium fighter, like the Super Hornet? Also, do you think the Super Hornet should be upgraded to a heavy fighter? The Super Hornet is a heavy fighter. and the Scorpius is the same role as the Hurricane, which is also a heavy fighter. Yeah, note, heavy infantry doesn't mean Gravy Seal. It means heavily armed, or heavily armored, you know. Hadesians are dead, Renovate. You can't do business with the Hadesians when they're dead. They've been dead for millions of years. Defender is a heavy fighter. It is classified as a heavy fighter. It's an alien heavy fighter, but it's a heavy fighter. Do you think the longer mission change, like heists and GTA, are viable for the realities for Star Citizen? Yeah, they're planned from the beginning. That's just a chain of various procedural missions that they'll work together. They actually have the audio files for them already. They just haven't released them because they have to get the mission systems working, all the back ends working. They have had the audio for a Tessa Bannister mission chain for like 6 years. We need an in-game version of the, I'm going to screw this up, Land Cruiser P1000 Rat. I don't know if I said that right. You think they're dead. No, they're dead. They blew up one of their planets. It's a half planet now. They dead as fuck. I see things like the Nova and Atlas chassis as being more used by the Army in terms of helicopters. Doesn't the Redeemer serve that purpose? Yeah, but I'm thinking the thing about the Redeemer is that it's more used as kind of an escort and support, but it's generally speaking used in terms of heavy escort and support for more flexible missions. It still has its like cargo capacity and beds and transport areas. I'm thinking something that just says, fuck your bed, fuck your transports. This thing is just pure fuck shit up. Like, it's got guns, it's got missiles, it's got a cockpit, but it's huge. So it can support a ton of hydrogen fuel. Coastal support vessel in history is usually called a Monitor. We also need an amphibious combat ship. Hell, we need a small dropship akin to a Black Hawk as well. Exactly. We need something that is the equivalent of a helicopter in the Star Citizen universe, just in general, because it will add variety to the game. It'll also add something that people can use as a dedicated, like, patrol, defense, and offensive weapon as need be. But those things also need to be incredibly difficult to maintain and support. It's got guns, it's got missiles, it's got a cockpit. So a heavily armored Misk Endeavor. No, that's too big. I'm thinking more something the size of like a slightly smaller Cutlass, but with no frills. Like the Cutlass is already no frills, but I'm like no frills. Like this thing is designed to end things. It's designed, it came into this life, it came into this life angry, and peace was never an option. That kind of vehicle. Not even in wheels. I'm talking like something that is a flyable ship. You can go to space, you can fly around, it can do all the things a normal spaceship can. It just doesn't have a quantum drive. Because it doesn't need to have a quantum drive, because its job is to fly from bases and go fuck shit up and go back to a base. And has so much hydrogen fuel that it can outpace and outstay any other ship that's trying to be around it. I feel like it fills the back hole. What we need is a Little Bird equivalent. Yeah, the NPUVA, exactly. The Cryo-Hadesian is hanging out with Koromor. Yeah. Koromor. If you have carriers, there's definitely a need for things without a quantum drives. Take up space / power. Exactly. My point is that if you have a vehicle that doesn't have a quantum, and I know people are like, well, then what's its purpose? Like, its purpose is not to have a quantum. Its purpose is to have a lot of hydrogen fuel and replace the quantum area with either hydrogen fuel or more guns. This is a vehicle in my imagining that is absolutely overpowered. It is a ship that will ruin every other ship it comes against. It will have more guns than it needs to, and it can be operated by 1 or 2 people. Something that people will be screaming needs to be nerfed instantly, but its main problem is that it can't chase people with quantum. Its job is defensive and offensive, but in small areas. Was that drinking? Oh, G Fuel. Fruit punch G Fuel. But I have a good toilet on board for those years people have been spending on that ship. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this ship that I'm pitching has no toilet, has no bed. It's just a cockpit with guns and armor. NFT juice, yeah. So, Bluesy, and I'll say this one more time before we move on. I have been thinking that one of the ways you could make the army and also improve, like, just an interesting ship, make the army make sense in the Star Citizen lore, the UE army, is to develop ships and vehicles which are impractical for space combat, but practical for land combat. One great example, modern example of this is an Apache is not really good for anything but fucking shit up on the ground. But it is really fucking good at fucking shit up on the ground. It's kind of its job. It's its role. And the army mostly uses Apaches, like use helicopters as for support. And we don't really have a helicopter equivalent. We have fighters, we have gunships, we have things that will protect ground forces, but they're kind of split between space combat and ground combat, and they still have quantum drive so they can move on their own. So my concept is something like a helicopter gunship, which is not designed to really go into space. It can go into space. It's not designed to go very far, and it needs a lot of crew, but it's got a huge reservoir of hydrogen, like a dumb amount of hydrogen fuel. And it replaces all of the amenities of a typical spaceship with just guns and armor and shields and more missiles and more guns. Something that you would need a logistical supply chain to supply and keep going, but is an absolute beat stick if you have to fight it. We also need an infantry fighting vehicle, that's for sure too. I'm pitching the Buck, but not weak and without a quantum. I'm working this for the next podcast, but the Valkyrie is like the Sea Stallion and the Legionnaire is like a Blackhawk. Yeah. A Hind attack copter. Yeah, like an Apache or a Hind. Drake battle cart, yeah. Don't give me that stuff with the Redeemer there. There, knocks. The one who knocks. It's like the Redeemer is a bad example for that because the Redeemer still has bullshit. It has a bed. It has supplies. It has places for people to go rest. That's bullshit. That should all be stripped out for more fuel and more guns and more shields. That's my point. A Buck that has the stats of a freelancer or a Redeemer. A Buck, but a Redeemer. You know, size 2 shields, size 3 and 4 guns everywhere. Dumb missile pods, smart, rocket pods, size 2 and 3 missiles. Maybe a gigantic size 5 cannon or like built-in Gatling on the thing. Something that will just, you look at it and you go, I'm going to die, That thing just gotta breathe near me and I'm dead. That would be the Gladiator, kind of like that. No, the Gladiator still has quantum drives. Corsair has bullshit in it. That's too much in the Corsair and the bullshit. It's got beds. It's got things you don't need. Nah, because a Gladiator only has like 2 size 2 guns and then I think like 2 size 1s. It doesn't have nearly as much guns. It's got lots of it got some missiles and it's got torpedo, but I mean like more guns, bigger guns. And again, when everyone's like, oh, well, with this ship, no ship is like what I just said. No ship is like what I just said, because any of those ships have bullshit attached. Bullshit that this ship would not need. Like bathrooms, beds, space to move inside of it. Like this thing should be the size of a Herald or a Cutlass, like around a Freelancer size, but with all of the bullshit removed and just replaced with fuck you amounts of gear. Exactly. The more I think about that, the better idea it is. It would give NPC a punch within lore that you get you just inside the and if they got what you say to protect the objective. Exactly. It's not really designed to, like, you could run away from this thing. It's not like this thing would not be a good fighter because it would you could just run away. You just quantum away and be like, bitch, be like I'm gone. But if it's in an area, you have to deal with it. That you need to conquer, you have to deal with it. So it works as a great defensive weapon. And offensively, you can use it to attack ground targets, which are not mobile and can't just run away. And you have to deal with it. This would, A, make sense in lore because it would be a vehicle that was designed exclusively for ground combat. B, makes sense in game because it would create an NPC and player ship, which is role is effectively terrestrial defense and terrestrial offense, but requires all of this still requires a ton of logistics to be able to support. So it's scary, but if you don't have the weapons, the fuel, the resources, and the ability to carry this thing where it needs to go, then it wouldn't be. It's worthless. So. Again, that's something that's like well down the line. That's something, this idea would be something that would make sense after base building gets in, which is who the fuck knows when that is. So it's a thruster-like helicopter, though. That's what I'm saying. It's a helicopter basically it's a helicopter. It's the Star Citizen equivalent of a helicopter. Exactly. Basically something that you're going to want to do a stealth mission to blow up before it ever gets off the ground because it's too fucking deadly off the ground. Or you need to go in with like a significant amount of firepower to take it out if it gets up there. Exactly. Replace the QG drive with a more fuel or extra shield. The problem with the Redeemer is that the Redeemer still has too much bullshit on it. It has too much interior space, which is just wasted, which is designed for maneuvering and transportation inside a ship, and a ship that's designed to be like go long distances. This ship is effectively would effectively have a fighter cockpit because it doesn't need anything else, but just a body and a mass and a deadly capacity of a gunship. Introducing the 2953 Drake ship buster pillar. Mess around and find out. Hey, Q-Band. Oh, I like that idea too, Renovate. A Cutlass White, like a 400i without a toilet. The point was that we were talking about the Army, the Navy, and the Marines in Star Citizen lore. And I was explaining why the Army is kind of the sad boy division, like the branch. They don't really have a purpose. Their purpose is Coast Guard. They're effectively like National Guard, militia. They just sit around in bases and stop people from invading. That's all they really do. Because of how much space is important in the Star Citizen universe, like outer space and traveling between stars and planets. So the Navy ends up being the main branch, with the Marines being kind of a strike force to deal with the problems. So the Army ends up having almost no role. And so I was thinking, okay, what role, how would you make the Army make sense in the Star Citizen universe? And the answer is equipment and ships which are impractical to use in terms of a hybrid or flexible offense and defensive, stat tactics, where you need to go, from space to ground and back to space and then get out of the system. Something that says, we're here to stay and we're here to occupy and fuck shit up. And the answer for that is big weapons that are impractical in space. Things that don't have quantum drives, things that are ground vehicles that are too heavy to use or too big to use with, like, say, a Hercules. So. Oh man, that lore sucks coming from a retired Army vet. Just saying. Yeah, I know. Because, like, the thing is that today in reality, the Army fights most battles. Most of the big pitch battles can be done because nations are connected together through land, typically. So the armies are the ones who are going to have to deal with most of the combat. But in the Star Citizen universe, land is like, if an enemy makes it to land, it would be the equivalent of like your home country being invaded. But each planet is like an island compared to like massive strips of land on Earth. So if you have a series of islands, the thing that protects those series of islands is not the Army, but the Navy. That's kind of how Star Citizen works. Hey, Tomato. Hey, Dig Dug. You want a Ranger with a railgun? Yes. I mean, what did I miss? I got stuck in Hell Let Loose match. I'm not going to go over it again, but I went over a pitch for a ship that I think would make sense in the Star Citizen universe that would be effectively an Army-facing ship, a ship designed for the Army, UE Army. That would work in lore, it would work in game, and it would work in work in lore and work in game in terms of gameplay. But is like years away, like uncountable years away, if something to even kind of come up to those things. Yeah, UE bias, yeah. I have a Pioneer and plan to find a remote place to build. My biggest concern is how to defend it, what the options would be per se. Exactly, and that's the like something like I just pitched is something that you would only have to start working on when people are like, how do I defend my base? Could the Army ship be the Perseus? The Perseus isn't an Army ship; it's a Navy ship. Any Army ship would be something akin to a helicopter. By the way, can we get I guess Space Tomatoes in the YouTube chat? Go follow Space Tomato on YouTube and on Twitch. Oh, did you get my message, Tomato? I think you asked for something and I responded. I just didn't know what time you'd want me to. So anyway, let's get on to the actual topic for today, which is, well, two topics really. The first topic is, did Invictus work? Did Invictus make sense? I'm going to pull this up for reference so we can kind of look at this. This is the funding tracker. So this is the unofficial funding tracker. People like Fastcart keep this up. And this is something you've probably seen a lot of in terms of the this chart right here. Okay. So let's look at this from the financial standpoint. So for May, and this was updated fairly recently, I don't think this has been updated fully yet. We have, so far, we're not done with May yet, is $13,625,317.69. Nice. Now, last year, we're already past what we made last year. So Star Citizen is made at least $200,000 more than last year, which is good. But 2020, they made $15 million. So it's not quite as good as 2020. Granted, DrakeCon hasn't hit yet. We still have 4 days left of May before this is done. So this as a, all right, QPan's here. I'm going to do something. QPan, congratulations. You've been promoted to mod. You've been promoted to mod on YouTube. But you can already see, like, even compared to 2020's funding tracker, we're way ahead. So Invictus so far has been good monetarily. Now, the question I have is based off of a lot of comments I've seen, which is, well, not a lot of comments, some comments I've seen, which is people thinking that the state of the game is so bad that it's going to chase off people. And that some people are talking about, hey, I had friends that brought in and then they crashed, and then I'm getting ribbed even more for having this game is a scam, and I'm giving up myself. And those sorts of things I hear a lot, but I have an inkling that this is the squeaky wheel gets the grease sort of situation. Because, and this is going to sound weird, but if people are enjoying a game, they're not posting about it on social media. They're playing the game. And since it's free flight, many people are just going to be playing the game. I have personal experience with this sorts of thing because when a new game comes out that I'm really into, and my wife can attest to this, is that I will just not sleep. I will wake up and play the game, and then I'll go to sleep and wake up and play the game if I have time off. That is what I will do, because I really enjoyed the game. And if it's a free flight like this, I would be playing this game as much as possible if I enjoyed it that much. So it's important to keep things into context. Sleep, what is the sleep thing you speak of? So I look through the chat right now. They key do not do an update breaks the game before free. The key do an update breaks the game before free flight. Yeah, there's always going to be issues. Star Citizen will with all due respect, I think this analysis is ahead of its time. Invictus is still running. However, you're comparing the same point in Invictus. Then the comment is fair in comparison. In terms of what, though, Reneman? What are you talking about? Because what I'm talking about is just the overall feel. Because I couldn't find the tracker that tracks the amount of people who were active. Let's see if we can find it. I'm not finding that graph that people have used before. But I couldn't find it. I find the funding history, but not the accounts created, that sort of thing. And from what I have seen is from people who have had those access to those data, we've seen a significant amount of new accounts being created, which to me feels like it's much higher than the past. Can you compare the same day sales numbers? Yeah, I mean, or if we're talking about sales, it's a little different. Sales is more looking at the overall, and actually pointed out earlier that we still have 2 days left in Invictus. And we're based off of that. I doubt we're going to see. Let me see. Look at the actual numbers. We would have to see $1.7 million in the next 3 days. Not impossible. They've done $1 million before, but I don't know if they'll be able to do 1.7 million in the next 4 days with just the Drake shitbug, the mule. Paul, please tell him I fully expect this time that the Kraken War Bond numbers will be higher than last year's. That's true as well. The Kraken is also coming out. What chips came out in 2020 Invictus? I don't remember. But that was the first year we had Invictus. My point of like comparing these was financially, and I think Star Citizen is doing much better this year period than last year over in terms of funding. And even though it's less money than 2020, it's still overall higher numbers than where we were, like, because at the end of May 2020 we were at like 30 million like, and we're at 41 million because every month this year has been the best month they've ever had. Mule is that weird cargo ground buggy thing? Yes. What I meant is that they better make more available. They probably will. Drop as a new money increase. People drop them monies. Yeah, that's the overall 467 million now. But I'm talking about year to year. Because in general, it's not like CIG has $467 million that they're hoarding on a chest somewhere. Chris doesn't have a giant throne room with $467 million like a goddamn dragon. Most of that money's already gone. Like, they don't have that money anymore. It's been spent on studios, on staff, on various, whatever, Chris's giant Lamborghini the size of the moon. I don't know, whatever. Like, everything is, like, all of that money is in the process of being spent or is about to be spent. So what matters is the year-to-year amount of money, because that keeps the lights on. Spent on Manchester. That's true. Mule will be LTI, yeah. Yes, and 2020 had a lot of extra money from pandemic relief too, yes. So, but Kraken's still around. My point is that I think we can't really judge Invictus's achievements as a marketing tool to get people to play the game and maybe to jump on board with the game until the end of Invictus. But so far, it seems like it's worked pretty well. And especially, and this is another thing, because I've seen a lot of people concerned that if it's super buggy, then people won't play. There's plenty of people who are playing this Invictus it's their second or third Invictus, and they're finally pulling the trigger. People who played a free flight last year and are now playing it again this year and seeing significant improvements. So it's a combination of the two. We'll just wait on the price of the mule then. Yeah, I would expect it between $35 and $45 for the mule. Paul, the real question is, will we see the new Starliner art when it gets done sometimes in June, July? I need my flying people bus. We probably will. His throne room is still probably slightly smaller in range of a paltry 300 million. No, exactly. They're spending a lot of money. Now, obviously, it's important to remember that with a lot of those things, it's not like all of the money is being spent on offices. They likely got massive tax breaks for, opening up those offices in Manchester and Frankfurt, either from the cities, their counties or county equivalents, and the nations they're in. Yeah, no. In general, ground vehicles are never worth the money you pay for them. It doesn't mean they're not cool and you shouldn't buy them if you want to. It's just, if you're looking at it in terms of a value, pretty much nothing is worth value except for the starter pack. Will there be a capital ship that is in lore that is not in sale yet? Probably. We don't have all the capital ships for sure, but we probably won't get anything bigger than a Javelin. Though, but we haven't seen anything that's in lore specifically, no. The only thing we have that's in lore that's probably won't be sold, but is sort of possible, is the Pegasus, but that's been a while since that's been mentioned. I also wonder what will drop at IAE this year. I don't want to overhype, but I'm wondering myself, could there be coming up next? Hell, wonder what's coming coming out of Alien Con. We'll see. I think the Legionnaire will go up in price. It's not a bad upgrade ship, maybe. Probably not. Perseus, Nautilus, Kraken, name a few. Yeah. So CR is literally your landlord. Yes. No. Or imagine if CIG starts investing all their earnings in real estate for the long-term income. That's what they say. Oh, yeah, no. I'd be very interested to know the effect of Invictus and Expo later in the year. The Citizen Con on the player at adoption retention rate post-launch. If they say there was no pledge store. There's still going to be a pledge store post-launch. It's just never going to be ships up exclusively. Hey, Wiggles. We do need the RSI carrier that is smaller than the Bengal. Yeah, that's the Pegasus, which we don't know if that is still around or not. RSI Zeus, CIG, please. We always want that. There's also a battleship. We also know that there are cruisers, heavy cruisers, or battle cruisers. Yeah, cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships, which are in lore and, you know, mentioned here or there, but we don't have any idea if they're still around. Paul, the lore's mentioned the cruisers. What are your thoughts on this? I think we should have cruisers in the game. We just don't have them yet. And cruisers would likely be more akin to, well, I guess modern cruisers. Because like the destroyer, the Javelin destroyer is definitely not a destroyer. It's much more of a cruiser. So I'd expect like cruisers to be more cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships to be much bigger. We need a proper non-torpedo corvette. Yeah, I think we will likely see a non-torpedo corvette, like a gun corvette, at some point. And I still think that'd be an Anvil ship. I also think that if they did a cruiser, it would probably be an Anvil ship or an RSI ship. Heard word on an event. Did you already go over to another video? No, I haven't. But there is an event that's called the Siege of Orison, the Siege of Orison. The Siege of Orison event is not happening until 317.2. There's a battlecruiser that's stretch goal, but that's still owed. But that may be the Perseus now. The Perseus is not a battlecruiser; it's a gunboat. Do I think the IAE this year will be better than Invictus this year, money-wise? Yes. Every year, the IAE has been better than Invictus, the years we've had it. 2020, it was 16 million for IAE, and Invictus was 15 million. 2021, Invictus was 13 million, and IAE was 21 million. Especially if they get persistence in by IAE, which they should. We'll almost for certain see 30 million would be my guess. Is the merchantman a capital or just a large ship? It's at the lower edge of a capital ship now. It's the same size as an 890, which is technically a capital. Correction, Perseus is a gorgeous gunboat. In-game whale from my credit earnings, yeah. What is IAE? The Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. In lore, it is a giant car show for spaceships, where all the manufacturers come together and show off their latest and greatest to people, and try to convince people that they're the best. In game, it's just like Invictus, but it's civilian. It's all of the ships rather than just the military ships. Same concept though. And it happens in November, first week of November. IA this year should be the 10-year anniversary party. Yeah, it's officially the 10-year of funding, because the funding campaign started in October, early October, and ended in early November. And that we used to call them CitizenCon and the anniversary sale. The anniversary sale was now just turned into the IAE. I'd love to see the UE's design requirements for a cruiser. Wonder if it'd be akin to a big missile boats, or if they're modern day, or would they go dock with them? I think it depends. I've been doing some studying on the UE's strategies, like based off of how they've been fighting conflicts and how they design ships. And it's quite obvious that the UEE feels like the best counter to Vanduul is heavy armor and torpedoes. So heavy armored ships and as many torpedoes as you can fire. Whereas the Mezzer's solution to the Xi'an was lightweight ships with big guns. So it basically, you have two different types of enemies. You have the Xi'an / Tavaran enemy, which are light and nimble. So you need to have ships that are nimble, but also have firepower to break down the shields and their better technology. And then you have the Vanduul, who are heavy and slow, but they're designed that like they like to get in close. So you want to hit them from afar, and if they get in close, you want to have like armor to protect. Will we see anything involving pyro, nicks, or jump points in November? No, nothing other than maybe some slight updates. CIG has said, based off of the letter from the chairman, that we're likely not going to see pyro this year. We will see it next year, early 2023, with the 4.0 releasing around then. But we may see it in terms of, might see it earlier. It might go into PTU at the end of the year. The problem is more how long does it take for them to get the PES, persistent entity streaming system for 3.18 in. I've been saying this since, I literally said this the first office hours of this year, that persistence is the key. Persistence is going to be the hardest part for CIG. Once they get persistence in, it'll be easier to judge when server meshing is. And CIG has basically said they're planning on getting persistence done this year and starting the process for server meshing, for static server meshing, but it's definitely not going to be released until spring of 2023. I would love to see an artillery cannon ship that can land and unfold and move. Yeah, I'd love to see just mobile artillery for sure. So they aren't doing a keynote, but they also said they're bringing many Squadron 42 missions to vertical slice quality. They might see a mission at CitizenCon. No, they've said specifically that there's nothing, that they're not going to be talking about Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. If we're going to see a vertical slice, it'll likely be at the end of the year. I know they'll do Evocati with 318, but do you think there'll be more people so open the PTU on 318 to concierge early access like they did in the past? Yes, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to tier it up slowly. Where they'll do, I wouldn't be surprised if Evocati for 318 is end of June. Like towards the end of June, they'll open it up for Evocati, and then it'll stay in Evocati for a month. And then it'll go into first wave PTU. It'll be in first wave PTU for a month. And then it'll be in open PTU for a month. And then it'll finally release. Thank you, TikTok. But a ballista with an artillery cannon. Yeah, someone in my Discord showed a video that a fan made of basically like that, a cannon version of the Atlas chassis. Silicon will be Starliner, nav mesh, and static server mesh. Mark my words. I wish. I'm hoping, but I think Sitcon is mostly likely just going to be a nice low key. Here's what we're planning on doing in the future. Here's some tech updates. Here's some AI stuff. Because the key is, beyond all of this server tech, is AI. AI is the next big tackling, specifically quanta and subsumption AI, as well as virtual AI and the other stuff. But that whole thing is the big thing to tackle after those pillars are done. Anvil Onager, yeah. Or Anvil, oh, what is it called? Trebuchet. Give police pizza delivery ship. I'm with you on that one. So, discussions about Invictus. I think, based off of what I've seen, we're likely going to see a significant increase in citizens and people in general playing Star Citizen all the way through this summer. And I think Star Citizen isn't going to explode this summer, but it will explode next summer. Next Invictus is going to be a weird experience, y'all. It's going to be a very weird experience, because by next Invictus, we will have Pyro. If everything works out the way that CIG has said, and of course, Chris used a lot of weasel words to basically explain that they have no fucking idea how else is going to work, but based off of their own estimates, and so far, recently, their estimates have been fairly good. Wiggle room here and there, maybe a quarter slip here and there, but if everything works out, next Invictus we'll have Pyro. We'll have static server meshing with free flight. Nav mesh in 317.2 is a big milestone. And it's important to remember that 3.7.2 has just been added. So as we get closer to 3.7.2's release, which we don't know when that's going to happen yet, maybe June, maybe July, we'll get more content when it becomes ready, because CIG has been very careful to release when they want to. Hey, Joey. If you have a concierge account now, hold now until server meshing has been a real thing. I mean, yeah. Astrobub, I agree. The Star Citizen has a good stability increase, and it's been working its way through the grapevine. Yeah. We need Titan Warmonger suits. Yes, we do need the Titan suits. Next feels like a singularity event in Star Citizen. I can't imagine Star Citizen with mesh shooting and full persistence quite yet. Yeah. Are there any fighters in game that are considered dedicated interceptors? Yes, multiples. The M50 is a dedicated interceptor. I think technically the Merlin is. At some point, the 325A was considered an interceptor, but the M50 is the big one. It's a mystic ship. I just talked about it. The Razor is technically interceptor. Yeah, that's about it. The Buccaneer is a light fighter, not an interceptor. It can work as an interceptor, but yeah. There's any ground vehicle which exists in lore but isn't added to the game yet? That's a good question. Yes, the DX-20. The C-Suite DX-20. There's a couple of other Tumbril ground vehicles which have been mentioned in lore, which we haven't seen. The DX-20 is a big one, though. The DX-20 is like the Jeep, or the Gaz, or the like an iconic ground vehicle for the military. Will the Javelin go up in price? Yes, everything's going up in price. We need proper forklifts. We do. Something about Fire Sprite? Let's see. What happened to the Theaters of War? So yeah, they originally had hired a second company to work on that while they were working on other things, and that company was purchased by Sony. The Fire Sprite, which is the company they hired, was purchased by Sony, and one of the members of Fire Sprite that was working with them moved over to Star Citizen after Sony purchased them. I've heard that. But they now have created a team called the Arena Commander team, which is dedicated to Arena Commander, Star Marine, and Theaters of War. I am gathering that they likely will not be releasing all of that stuff until after they have worked out persistence and worked out a little bit more of the kinks for the server issues. Because the reason why we haven't seen Theaters of War released yet has a lot to do with the with lag and latency. Stutter and desync. Like all of those things were major issues in any of the testing they did, and they decided that they weren't going to release it until it was ready to be released. All ships will go up in price as they get closer to the release. I'm just saying we need a Drake-powered armor suit that's totally not for boarding actions. I swear. It's for firefighting and cargo loading. I agree. I think there needs to be an entire suite of Titan suits which have various different purposes, like combat, obviously, but loading, salvage, repair, exploration. There should be all of those things. Isn't the mole going to be the forklift? It's going to be a forklift, but there's got to be smaller forklifts as well. Like grenades coming back to sender? Yes. What about the Hawk there, Merchant? I want to say Starfarer Gemini went down to $20, but was $360, now $340. Am I right? I don't know. I don't know that if that's the case. Let me look it up. That'd be weird. Starfarer's original price was $340. Originally it was $240, but standalone was $340. Bisque forklift. Oh, the Direhawk. Yeah, we'll see the Direhawk soon, for sure. Did they announce any ships that will never be for sale in game? Yeah. The Scythe, the Vandal Scythe isn't going to be sold in game. And some of these specialty ships that are alien won't be sold in game, but you can still get them in game. You just won't, they won't be bought in game, but you have to go get them. You have to go steal them from aliens. Bengal, yeah, Bengal as well. You're not going to be able to buy a Bengal in any way, shape, or form. You could maybe find them and take it, but the Omega, I think the Saber Raven. Yeah, the Raven. Yeah, the Retribution. The F8 is going to be purchasable in game, but you have to have the right reputation. It's going to be the Aliens Powerless suit. Yeah, that's the whole point of it. Titan Star Kitten. Yeah. How much of Star Citizen in terms of career skill is going to be split between NPC and players? So in general, the split between NPC and players is, I believe, 10 to 1, 9 to 1 to 10 to 1. So their goal is to have a ratio of 10 NPCs for every one player in every single profession. And those NPCs you'll sometimes see, but usually they're going to be background simulations, which will affect the market. So depending on how often they're running will depend how much you have access to whatever jobs where they're going. And the further you get away from populated centers, the less that population, like the less that ratio, the more the ratio drops. CIG wants places like Pyro or places like Nyx to be much more player-based and less NPC-based. So NPCs will be there. The Kingship, yeah. I would love to see someone try to steal a Bengal. Oh yeah, it'd be fun. Hey, Deja Vu fan. Mustang Alpha Vindicator, yeah. Mustang Omega, you would talk about that. How many Legionnaires are going to take a Bengal? Well, a Bengal is like 3 kilometers long. Has a, God, let me look up Bengal. 700, I think. Its crew capacity is 755 people, and a Legionnaire holds 10. I guess it depends on if those 10 people are really good shots. No problem. Basically, the concept of Star Citizen is if no player was playing the game, NPCs would still be moving the economy and moving the game's story along. So instead of you just being the center of the focus of all the action and the attention in the verse, you are a part of a larger universe. That's the whole concept of having NPCs to player ratio. They want players to have an impact, but they don't want players to have an oversized impact. And in order for players to have an impact, they either need to do something very innovative, like maybe attack or derail a very specific named NPC, or work together to create havoc in a large group, or, you know, to change things in a large group. You can move the needle, but not monopolize. Exactly. The distribution is about 3 kilometers long. So yeah, imagine it's about 1.5 kilometers. Let me look at the stats here. Structure stats. It's 1,000 meters. So it's 1 kilometer in length. I don't do non-freedom units, so I'm assuming that's right. But if it's not at all I fly by any means, I will fly whatever I think is good and ship for the job. Yeah. It would take 1 Legionnaire and 2 Cutlass Steels. That's what Cutlass Steel holds 20 people, right? So that's 20 plus 50 people. 50 people take out 750. Non-freedom units. I'm limping. It's 1,000 meters is the Bengal. Yeah. Will they have any alien ships in Invictus? No, Alien Week is the week after Invictus. Last info about the Bengal's length is it's 990 meters, so almost 1 kilometer. Yeah, what I'm looking at is 1,000 meters. Or forgot the Bengal. I want my damn weird alien kingship. Or forget the Bengal. I want, here, give me my exotic alien death yacht. If you can get to it before it explodes, Vanduul blow up their ships before they get captured. The Cutlass Aluminum, yeah. 3 hull servers versus nobody. 3 ships whole server versus nobody. Well, there's no one is going to be holding a Bengal. The NPCs are going to be holding a Bengal. So if you throw 50 people into a Bengal of 750 NPCs, we'll see how that works. Bengal, they will respawn on board. That's true as well, because they have respawn beds. No, my death yacht. You just have to disable it before you can take it. Hope you brought enough ammo. Yeah. Last I heard, Test Squadron plans to find a Bengal, because there's going to be like abandoned or missing Bengals, like maybe like a deserted Bengal that you can find. I think it's called Operation Solar, where Test Squadron is going to find a Bengal, repair it to full operational status, put everyone on board the Bengal, and then fly it into the sun, into Sol, the sun, intentionally. Just so no one can have it. I wonder how many Bengal wrecks. Yeah, if Tess finds it, we're just going to drunkenly fly into Star. That's exactly what we'll do. Round Earth, there's 5 Bengals on standby at all times. If you want to play hard mode, there's a Bengal around Corrin 24/7. So if you want to go piss off a hornet's nest and play Dark Souls Star Citizen Edition, go try to take the Bengal off the Marines. Yes, there is a Bengal always around Corrin in the Killian system, whose sole job is to protect Corrin from all outside forces. If you get close to Corrin, they do not warn you. They just shoot you. They have standing orders to kill on sight anyone who gets too close to Corrin. You bastard, I'm in. Let's go. Milk from the corn flakes. Well, like, so one of the realities, listening to Tree talk about the Marines and doing my own research on the Marines, I've realized that the Marines in Star Citizen are part ODSTs and like mobile infantry from Starship Troopers and part Warhammer 40K. They use discount budget, they shall know no fear all the time in describing the Marines. And the Marines training is literally, hey, here's this death world. Go survive in it for 6 months. It's exactly like the Marines in 40K train their neophytes, which is, you know, lol, we're gonna strip you naked and throw you out in the woods, don't die. That kind of thing. It's just, that's how the Marines roll. And then when you're done, you get access to the secret sanctum, which is underneath Corrin, that nobody knows about but Marines. It's like all but the Gothic vibe. They're Space Marines with all but the Gothic vibe and augmentation. Is it possible to land on Corrin without pissing off the Marine ship? No. Because if you land on Corrin, then you've got nothing but angry Marines around you trying to kill you. And they're very good at killing you. Kind of, yeah. They're less robot, genetically augmented killing machines in the same like as a Spartan or as a Warhammer 40K Marine, and more just really hard motherfuckers. All they do is play tiddlywinks and corn, maybe with grenades. Out of curiosity, given it's an open development, do you think Star Citizen will have a release campaign for the year before, like Squadron 42, or be more of a soft launch with some ads? I think that CIG will definitely do a soft launch with Star Citizen, because it's going to be very different from Squadron in the sense that CIG doesn't want to advertise its launch when it soft launches. It won't say when it stops wiping. They'll just get to a point where they just choose not to wipe, and then it won't say anything. And at that point, it'll be effectively soft launched. And then they'll reach a point where all of the systems they want to be in game are in, and then they'll say the game is released. They'll have that, and that will probably not be a year campaign. I would expect it to be a 6 months campaign. But by that time, the game has effectively been done for probably years. Because at that point, it's more of adding content to the game rather than the basic pillars. So with persistence on the way, do you think we might see some work starting on modules? Probably not until next year. I would suspect that modules are not going to be a serious concern until after Squadron. Yeah, I'm planning on, I just hope they leave my money alone since they're on separate databases now. You should be fine. No, there is no plans for wiping right now. I imagine that we'll probably get a wipe. We might get a wipe at Persistence. I think it's more likely we're going to get a wipe. Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a wipe at Persistence. But that's 3/18. That's September, October of this year. You can keep whatever you want in there, Kopang. Once I liberate for all the all the backers, for the belters, you mean? If they do an inventory wipe, I imagine they'd wipe out AOC too. Yeah, I imagine they'll try to. They probably won't do a full wipe. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a wipe of your credits and your ships, but not your inventory. Okay, then how about the Cat's Bridge disconnecting from the cargo bays? That's modularity. It's the same thing. Yeah, you think Squadron 42 gets dropped at the end of the year next year? Maybe. No, I have a very controversial take, which is I don't think Squadron 42 is releasing until 2025. And before anyone tries to laugh and says, haha, Squadron 42 is always 2 years away, 2025 is 3 years away, sir. Sir and or ma'am. And or NB. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we got to wipe out persistence, though. All I'll say is the reason why I think we're going to see Squadron 42 in 2025 has more to do with, I think CIG wants to release it in 2024, and or we'll plan on releasing it in 2024, and they'll have some sort of delay because delaying it to improve the quality is better than releasing it as busted, and that'll come out in early 2025. How wiping is persistent, otherwise it's going to get shitty quick. I get it. That's a poop joke. I answered the call and was put on hold. Astropub, would a Drake blockade runner with, let's say, 3 size 3 shields make sense? Kind of, but that's kind of what the Herald is. This is blockade runner. Most speed over shields, though. That time frame works too for the people who move to UK. That'd be about the right what the companies would consider necessary moves. That time frame works too for the people who move to the UK. That'd be about right for what companies would consider necessary moves. About 3 years. Yeah. Olympus is not a crashed Bengal. It's just a crashed carrier. There's the art they used for the concept is a Bengal, but the lore team has come out multiple times and said that it is not a Bengal because it was from the 25, like 70s, 60s or 70s, which is way before the Bengal. The Bengal was first introduced in the 2860 or something like that. It's less than 100 years old, the Bengal. What? Wait, a wipe? What about the ships I bought in game? You know, my pledge starter will be okay, but the rest? Yeah, that'll be gone, but it depends on when that is. At worst, that'll happen at persistence, which is 318, which is September, October. So you still have months to enjoy those. And at best, like it'll probably not happen until server meshing, which is next March. But there will definitely be wipes, possibly yearly wipes, until beta. Wonder if Squadron 42 will be known as the game 12 years in the making once it comes out. I guess publicity is good. Any publicity is good publicity. Maybe. I think CIG is mostly going to focus on the cast they have rather than the length of time, similar to like how Starfield did that. What is server meshing? So, server meshing is a concept that's existed in gaming for a very long time. It's in many different games, from independent to AAA. It effectively says, hey, this is a server. So you know what a server is usually, an area of space that's simulated for gameplay. And it has borders, and you can't go beyond the edge of the borders, usually, you know, registered as a map, whatever. So server meshing is the concept of taking these server areas, these simulated areas, and putting them together in kind of like a patchwork or kind of like a quilt. And the concept of a mesh is that you can fly from one server to another. You can move from one server to another, and your information will be streamed to that new server seamlessly, or in some cases, you have a slight loading screen. And that way, the simulation on one server can focus only on that you know, the processing power of that server, that computer that's running that can focus on that. And the other server might be run by another computer so they can focus on that. That allows for higher graphic fidelity. It allows for better gameplay overall and more stuff to be populated in that region. So Star Citizen isn't going to be one mega server, but a series of tiny servers which are all kind of melded together. And each of these servers will be in what we call, and what CIG is calling a shard, which is just kind of an overall region that they're stuck together. And the goal is that eventually there will be 3 shards: North America, Australia, you know, Oceania, and Europe, EU. And you can easily jump between all of these shards if you want to, or you can just stay in one shard because they have a back-end server which kind of stores all the information and then streams it back in. And the overall ultimate goal is just to have one shard with a bunch of patched servers with a lot of everyone to play in. But there are issues with things like the speed of light that you run into. I've been here since early 2014. Do you know what I find the best about the game? It's being able to spend time here on stream with people like Paul. Give 2 shits of the game releases now. At some point, you just stop giving a damn. I agree with that to a degree. I like the game. I really enjoy it. I'd like to see it come out, and whenever there's an event, I play it, and I play it frequently when I can. But the game was never. It's supposed to be just a game you have fun in. For me, it's always been a community. It's always been a engagement opportunity in the sense that, like, being able to meet other people and play with them and do dumb shit. That's kind of the thing. Crossing between shards is called sharding. Yes. I find it hilarious that people complain about the time that Star Citizen is taking. And there are other games that are far behind and still being in alpha. 7 Days to Die is a prime example. Yeah. There are issues with the speed of light that you run into. Damn, science physics always get in the way of fun. Yeah. I play it often and have fun with others in the Versus sandbox. Yeah. Sharding? Yes, sharding. Have I used the mule? Yeah, it's fun. Far too many games released early. Yeah, I sharded earlier. You should take some medicine for that there, Bipedal. 7 Days to Die is actually in beta. Okay, that's good to know. Sometimes it isn't about the game release, it's about the travel to it. I'm more excited for the future for the mole over the Scorpius. Yeah, the Scorpius is really cool. It's aesthetically, the Scorpius is fucking amazing. It's everything that I didn't realize we needed in Star Citizen. And everyone's like, oh, it's a X-Wing. It's like, no, it's not. I mean, it is, but it really isn't. It feels a lot more like a Star Fury. But it's also like its own thing because it folds into its back. It, like, all of the aesthetics of it just work. It just fits in the Star Citizen universe as if like it's a piece of the puzzle we've been missing. It just looks really cool. Sorry. X-Wing, but made better. It's an X-Wing, but Star Citizenified. Like RSI-ified. Like, I can see this cool ass ship, like a bunch of them with like their wings folded into the back, turning their engines off, going straight down into an atmosphere, seeing the burn, and then last minute turn their engines on, the wings popping out, and then the aerodynamics grabbing onto the wings and just the ship's going poof, like just suddenly like dipping up at the same time for an attack run. That it's just, you wouldn't see that. It just looks cool. It's supposed to have overly long wings. Again, it reminds me of the Star Furies. And there's the Star Fury, this 2-seater Star Fury in Babylon 5 that I can't remember the name of. But it's almost exactly like that. Like a Poe Dameron maneuver, yeah. Thunderbolt, thank you. The Thunderbolt, it was the improved Star Fury, yeah. Thoughts on the Legionnaire? It's a skeeter. It's a mossy. It should be called the mosquito. I don't know it's not, but at least I have a helmet for the Scorpius. I do. I do have the perfect helmet for the Scorpius. I never remembered the name of that. Just the Star Fury. Who would make the Star Citizen TIE Fighter? Drake. Drake or Aegis. I'm still wondering why they never gave the RSI Aurora deployable shields, because it would look like those wings should be deployable. It should look like the ornithopters. I can't remember the name of them from Dune. If they changed it up so they would deploy out a little bit, would be cool. Do you think the Scorpius will get balanced or nerfed? Yes, 100%. All ships are going to get balanced and nerfed over time. You forget, for a split second you thought it was an infant safety helmet? You're not wrong. It's for man children. The fighter is much more anvil. TIE Fighter is much more anvil. TIE Fighter is always... The TIE Fighter is no shields, just guns and pure skill. That sounds much more Drake than anything else. Ornithopters. Ornithopters. Thank you. So the Death Star is Drake interplanetary. Have you not seen the Drake, the jokes about the Drake, gosh, what is it called? The Drake Leviathan, which is just the Death Star. Is the mule the only new Drake thing being sold at Invictus? Yes. No problem, Phantom. Thank you for entering to win. Hey, Westbrook. How goes it tonight? Goes good. We're just talking a little bit about Invictus, a little bit about the future. Talking a lot about what the TIE Fighter equivalent in Star Citizen would be, which is it's the Buccaneer, y'all. The TIE Fighter of Star Citizen is the Buccaneer, or the Scythe. Yeah, Buck has slow shields, big guns, no ejection seat, and dirt cheap. It's the TIE Fighter. Yeah. Oh, is it finally coming out in 1/500? The Buck? Oh, I can't wait for that. I need more. So this Monday, I'm going to do a special painting stream because I got to assemble one part, but I'm going to do a special painting stream for that. At some point, I'm going to repaint this. I'm probably going to strip this paint and repaint it to a lighter purple to make it a little bit more, do a little bit more edge highlighting and make it a little bit better. But I'm definitely going to try that with the freelancer. Any chance of a surprise unannounced trips being released at the end of Invictus? No, probably low. Is that a max? No, it's a regular one. They do sell the max though in 500 scale, I believe. All of those are made by JRDF, officially licensed through CIG. They're good. They're cool little things. If you like miniatures, they're great for them. They're really heavy. They're detailed and heavy. Just tuned in. How much have I missed? About an hour and a half's worth of content. Of note, a lot of new players, Drake, Aegis, and Anvil seem to dominate in terms of quantity of ships. Which ship manufacturer do you think is overdue for some more additions to the roster based on their lore? Consolidated Outland, Argo, and Kruger Intergalactic. Also, oh, what are they called? Tumbrel Land Systems. Tumbrel is like the only dedicated ground transportation company, and they have 2 vehicles in game and 1 in concept. That's it. Aegis has too many. Aegis has way too many. Misk has tons of ships. They've got the Reliant, they've got the Freelancer, they've got the Razor, they've got the Starfarer, they've got all of the whole series. They've got the why am I blanking? I know there's at least one more. Isn't there like a, oh, they've got the Prospector. Like, they've got 6 ships, plus like, of those ships, there's like 4 Reliants, 4 Freelancers, 5 Hulls, 2 Starfarers, 3 Razors. The Endeavor, yeah. That's a Misk ship too, right? Or is that RSI? That's an Endeavor. Yeah, it's 3 for 5 for 7, you know. Galactic only has 1 ship so far. Yes, for sure. But I don't think we're going to see a lot of the alien ships until after we've seen a bunch of human ships filled out. And the Odyssey. I forgot 2 more. Yeah. Asperia could use another. I'd love to see Asperia do a Tavaran capital ship. And the Expanse, I forgot. It's 9. 9 ships from Misk. 3 of which aren't out yet. Or, yeah, 3 of which aren't even out yet. Banu has 2. I'd like to see more from the Banu. I'd like to see a utility ship from the Banu. A salvage, mining, repair ship. See, I kind of giggle when there are still a lot of people that want big, huge ships, and I only wonder how they're going to crew them. I think, like, for me personally, I'd love to see bigger ships, but not because I want to crew them, but because I want to visit them and I want to see NPCs crew them. Like, it would be intimidating and awesome to see a carrier group with, like, cruisers and, you know, super carriers and light carriers and, like, hammerheads and Idrises and Perseuses and Idrises. I don't know. This is just all like 50 ships, huge fuck off ships that you're staring at. Any thoughts on the Vulcan waiting for it since I got one? It's cool. I think it's going to be good, a good ship to have, but it's definitely one of those ships that's more of a local response ship or a fleet tender. I'd like to see Drake septic tank carrier. I'd like to see a Drake fluid carrier for sure. Yeah. The Caterpillar jail ship. Yeah. Whole E's with adverts at the sides. The Seas have adverts too. Are there non-human citizens of the UEE? Yes. Not species that never develop spacefaring. There are all of the species that are part of the UEE, that are citizens of the UEE, are all from spacefaring civilizations. There are Xi'an citizens, there are Banu citizens, and there's a lot of Tavaran citizens. The most citizens of non-human origin of the UEE are Tavaran. The Tavaran are effectively a secondary species of the UEE. And the problem is that Tavaran are also kind of a second-class citizens still in the UEE because they're so low in population compared to humans. Like maybe 1 billion Tavaran in the UEE. I'd love to see, well, I've always said that we need to have the privateer and we have the merchantman as like large selling ships, but we need to have a large, medium, and small selling ship as well, like merchant ship. So something like the joke is that the taco truck, or like I was like the Cutlass Purple. People say, oh, well, like that's a joke. It's like I'd actually want one because a Cutlass Purple would be good for like a bar or a shop or a venue, you know? Tacos are always good. I had tacos today. Well, I had sort of crunchy taco. Could you explain the concept of citizenship in the UAE? Sure. Citizenship in the UAE is a very old concept, but effectively, the base understanding of it is that the scale of human civilization in Star Citizen is almost astronomical. Earth has less people on it now than it or on it now in lore than it does currently in real life. It's like today we have 8 billion people on the planet, but in like 2952 in Star Citizen universe, it's like 4 to 6 billion. And there are planets which are 3 times the size of Earth, which have twice the population we have right now, 16 billion people on them. And there are multiples of those sorts of planets. And sometimes one system can have 8 billion people on it, on all of the planets in that system. So when you start taking up the scale, there's 32 systems, I think, in the UAE. Not all of them have population centers, and not all of them have major population centers, but 6 or 7 of them do, in the billions. And often billions in their own planets. Like Vega, for instance, has 2 major population centers, which both have people in the billions. So you're looking at a massive, massive civilization. So citizenship works 2 ways. One, it reduces the load that's required for a democracy to function in the same way that you would want for voting. Because the cost of running a democracy with that scale is insanity. It's almost impossible to make sure that would work without any problems. And the secondary reason to having citizenship is because it's not a democracy. Star Citizen, the UAE, is a reformed imperial monarchy. It is at best a oligarchy. And citizenship kind of works as a way to become an oligarch. The whole joke is service guarantees citizenship, but it's heavily based off of the old Roman way that if you are a citizen of Rome, you are expected to serve in the military to prove that you are worth your salt and stuff like that. And then it also takes heavily influence from Heinlein in terms of Starship Troopers. But the basic concept is, if you are a citizen of the UAE, or if you're a civilian who lives in the UAE, you have some basic rights, but most of those rights refer to your planetary government. If you become a citizen, it becomes much easier to do things like open up interstellar businesses, to travel between different areas of the UAE faster and with less paperwork, to run for office, to vote, all these sorts of things. Last in 40K scale. Yeah, it's not 40K. It's not millions of planets. But when you're looking at the Star Citizen universe in terms of its scale compared to today, it's hard to think about. How many humans are there? How big is the human military? That's hard to tell. Based off of the scales of what we've heard, I wouldn't be surprised if we had human militaries. The human military was like the Navy alone would be the same size as the entire global military we have today combined. It's really hard to tell those things. Didn't I vote? Am I a citizen? That's the thing. So, reformed dictator? Yeah. So the UAE was originally a dictatorship. It was run where you had an imperator who was the leader of and controlled all of the decisions of the empire. And over time, that they became worse and worse. Eventually, they were overthrown, and then the government remained the same style of government, but was simply morphed the role of imperator to being more of an elected position and limited their power some. So the UAE is still kind of a fucked system. The idea is players are citizens. Generally speaking, yes. And they let you vote in elections in right now because there's no way to determine if you're a citizen or not. So it's more of just a player kind of interaction. UAE is what the world will be when we're spacefaring, united and expanded based on planets found. The reality is that most humans will never leave their own planet because they don't have to. Like, you know, we don't leave our planet now because we don't have to. If there was this major incident, yeah, we'd have to. But the same concept goes. If people live on planets like, say, Hurston, that's a bad example, but Microtech, right? You live on Microtech, there's no reason for you to leave Microtech unless you were going on a business trip or you were moving to like a new job somewhere else. There's no reason to leave. You have, you know, businesses, you have homes, you have a job, you have people who live around you. Are votes transmitted via Herald? Is that safe? No, votes are collective. You have to travel to a location to vote. And the votes are then counted and then announced. So you have to go to a location to vote. If you are a citizen and your voting location is in another system, you have to travel there. Leave my planet, I try not to leave my house. Exactly. Wasn't there a fairly safe system in the lore where the politicians would sometimes join the military just so they could add military service with their resume? I'm mixing that with Warhammer. You're probably mixing that with Warhammer, but I wouldn't be surprised. Almost all citizens are military. That's but like citizenship as itself is not hereditary. No one is born a citizen in the UAE. You have to earn it. And the only way you can earn citizenship is through service to the empire. And the easiest way to give service to the empire is to serve in the military. If you serve, I believe, 4 years in the military, you're guaranteed citizenship. You can also work for the government through aid organizations or through, say, like the diplomatic corps. And your service, if you do something good, like, say, help negotiate a treaty, you can get citizenship. There is a Xi'an who was effectively isolated and abandoned by the Xi'an Empire because the area where he lived in was ceded to the UAE. And he worked with the UAE to help negotiate the Huxa Treaty. And as a response, because he did so, he gained citizenship. So he was effectively a citizen of the UAE, even though he was born in the Xi'an Empire, because of his service to the UAE. He was almost the ambassador to the Xi'an Empire as well. But they shut that down because it's like, this is probably a bad idea. So would a postal worker be a citizen? No, they may be working to get a citizenship, though, if they're working as a postal worker to deliver messages across systems. Would we be able to join the UAE Navy in Squadron 42? So in Star Citizen, in the game and how the game would function, citizenship will give you some perks, like reputation boosts and stuff like that. But the only way you get it is by playing Squadron 42 and completing it. Yeah, completing Squadron 42 will give you citizenship. Can you imagine how many evict illegal occupants missions you'd have to do to gain citizenship? Hoping for gameplay on planets being enough to stay on one of them for longer period without getting too boring. That's the plan, but they have to implement their quanta system as well as the dynamic mission system, which they're working on. Completing which chapter? The first chapter. Access to a nice heavy fighter. Ability to purchase. You will be able to purchase in-game an F-8C if you complete Squadron 42 Chapter 1. We don't have to. Disagree with you there, Paul. Given the impending climate catastrophe that is 1.5 global degree temperatures, I mean, the sooner we get to moving off the world, better. That's true. It's like Starship Troopers. Everyone has to earn their citizenship. Effectively, yes. The concept, okay, I'm going to go in the deep lore here. The concept of citizenship is very old. It originates from a large country called the North American Alliance, which, as far as I can tell, based off my research, is a country that was formed at the end of the 21st century with the formation of Canada, the United States, and Mexico as one large organization, similar to like the EU in terms of its like starting as an economic thing and eventually becoming political. And the question became in the NAA was, how do you get people to protect and serve this group when they all have alliances or the kind of allegiances to their own country? And the answer was, if you served in the NAA military, you would get citizenship as a reward. Or if you served the government, you would get citizenship as a reward, which would give you specific ability to vote in those elections. So you wouldn't be forced to serve or to work in the NAA, because you could still live and you could be a U.S. citizen or a Mexican citizen or a Canadian citizen. And they had some autonomy within that organization, but to be able to choose the leader of the NAA, which is dealt with most of the political and economic like foreign relations, you would have to serve the country or serve that larger organization in order to do so. And that was where the idea started. It was controversial in the late 21st century, for sure. Not everyone liked it. But that idea then, when the UNE was formed, that idea was passed along as a way of, how do you determine who's a citizen if someone lives on Mars and they want to, like, how do we get them to want to join the military and also to determine who can vote? And the answer was, for elections. And the answer was, give everyone effectively nation autonomy in their like national sovereignty in their own nations or planets, with an overarching rule which is for the benefit of all, but they don't have to interact with it. So, but if you sacrifice for the larger goal, then you get access to other things. Sounds like to me the citizenship is similar to nobility. That's why I called it an oligarchy. It's an oligarchy. It really is. Star Citizen is not a utopia. It's not a dystopia, but it's goddamn near close. You would not want to live in the Star Citizen universe if it was real. But these sorts of universes are perfect for players to play around in, because things that are not perfect are great backdrops for story, drama, and exciting gameplay. You could be a senator in 42. Not in 42, in Star Citizen. Do you think that'll make a difference in your character in Star Citizen? Yeah, I don't think you can be a senator in 42. You might be able to get citizenship in Star Citizen. Can citizenship be taken away if I get pirate skylogging? Yes, it is definitely revocable. Star Citizen seems like a logical progression of human development. It's written very well. The Star Citizen universe is written very well in the sense that it really does look at where we are now and where we will be, and tries to explain how that would happen while also maintaining the gameplay. It makes sense for the universe it's in. I don't think it's realistic in any way, shape, or form, because at its core it's World War II in space, which makes no sense. It's a dystopia. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a dystopia. I would say it's as dystopian as modern day is, which can be pretty fucking dystopian. I look forward to Reputation becoming more of a thing. It should be, especially by 3.18. Imagining different places will be very different from each other when you get to some places, travel systems. Yeah, like I said, the average person in the Star Citizen universe doesn't leave their home, doesn't leave their planet. So like citizens and players are much like completely removed from that equation. I hope the Star Citizens get a fleshed out justice system / political system. They have a very fleshed out justice and political system. It's just not fully detailed because they don't really want to detail a lot of that stuff yet until they can get more of a concept of the gameplay that they want to get involved. Lies. I would love to fly it now. My mind's blown away with it. It would be the new old man. In Star Citizen, you can have Robin Hood pirates who may who very reliable beefs with the powers that be. Exactly. That's Nyx. Nyx is a bunch of rebels who hate the UEE. You know, like people live in Pyro who are not pirates or gang members. They just don't want to be in the fucking UEE. I have multiple game accounts. Will I be able to use those NPCs as on the crew? That's then something they've talked about. They talked about using, like if you have multiple copies of the game, not game accounts, but copies of the game on one account, that you may be able to use as NPCs. We haven't heard that for years, though, so I wouldn't be able to tell you for sure. Wait until we get Quarterdeck. Oh, fuck. Quarterdeck, the prison planet that's built in the same system as effectively a nature preserve. With heavily guarded and protected species, protected sentient species. That makes sense, though. What'll United do once they take the stars? We will insert dominance and hope for the best. Yeah. Oligarchies, planetary, etc. will exist in Star Citizen, but the Imperator and the Imperial Senate will matter more. To a degree. I hope we don't have to go to a court hearings for numerous parking tickets. I don't think so. Do we have any idea what BHV2 is going to look like? BHV2, what do you mean, disc? I want to live in Space Australia with compulsory voting and a preferential elected system. Aimless, then you want to go to the cult planet. Oh gosh, what is it called? It's the second planet in the system. It's the third planet's where the space, the sandworm is. Oh, Bounty Hunting version 2. No idea exactly how Bounty Hunting version 2 is going to work. Except for it's going to involve disabling people and bringing them in alive. Lear 2. Thank you, Lear. The Lear system. Lear is Space Australia. And, Bremen is Space Texas. UE stole hordes of resources from planets to fight the Devarn War. They definitely did. I hope the Fire Hats become part of the game. The idea of them is so cool and interesting. Their lore is pretty interesting so far. Waiting to be able to go back to Levski. We all want to go back to Levski. Second pass on bounty hunting. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so like the minimum I would expect for bounty hunting V2 to be is disabling bounty targets and then restraining them and then bringing them back for processing. I don't know if we're going to have tracking available yet. Now, Fire Rats are more of a cult that you wouldn't want to interact with. Of course not, but they're going to be cool as fuck to know more about. Where do you find all this info, lore? Jump Point Spectrum. I just can't seem to find any of this isn't player made that isn't player made up stuff. So let me show you all. Here's a quick. I'm going to do a video on like why Star Citizen lore matters, and it's going to involve me doing something effectively like this. You go to the Roberts Space Industries website. Go to Comlink. Okay? Once you go to Comlink, you want to go to it's a channel, Spectrum Dispatch. Once you go to Spectrum Dispatch, you hit search. Now, all of the results are going to be lore stuff. This is the latest one, Incredible Living Universe Scandal, which is an article on a in-fiction science, like kids science show, which fakes some footage. And then there's this article on the only Tavaran senator, Suj Kosi, who might be running for Imperator in 10 years or in 9 years. So then there's the Loremaker Community Questions, which is their kind of retcon FAQ Q&A section they do every quarter. Then the Galactipedia update, which gives you all the Galactipedia information. Untold Tales, which is on the Prophet of Pyro. You can see, like, I'm just scrolling down here, and all of these are lore. Every single bit of this is lore. It's either updates to lore, community questions, profiles, all of this. This goes on for pages. I'm just going to keep scrolling to show you how much lore there is. This is 2 years ago, and I'm still going. Then we're starting to see some of these things like roadmap roundup, which isn't lore, but portfolios, Bronson's bolts, Toe Hill Regatta. They removed the roadmap roundup at a certain point from this. 6th Platoon, Costigan interview, Geisen Incorporated. Now we're just down to like 2019. You can still see all of the stuff. Empire Report, Citizen Day Crime Spree, Number Land Systems, Trade and Development Office, Riari, Basilisk, Origin Jump Works, Governance Modernization Act, Case Aerospace, Crusader Cares. We're still at 2018. You see what I mean when I say there's a lot of fucking lore? Now, the other thing you can do is go to the very top. You go to apps, and you can go to Galactipedia right here. And at Galactipedia, you can just go to any categories. Like, for instance, hey, like featured article, Imperial Arts Foundation. Oh, Banu. Here's a feature article in the Banu. And it's just like a Wikipedia. You go like the Banu Flotilla. It's a pretty cool place. A collection of Banu-owned space stations and ships. Usually, Banu flotillas operate as vibrant marketplaces, acting as centers for trade and travelers. Most Banu planetary systems host one or more flotillas, generally located in Banu space. They are subject only to whatever system law has been agreed upon by the members of the flotilla, if any. There's one that's in human space. There's one Banu flotilla, which is human space, I believe. So, and it may be in Banu space, but it's like near human space. In lore, do humans speak English? English as a native language or regional language still exist? I believe regional languages still exist, but humans don't speak English. They speak Common. Or I think Common, yeah. Or UEE Common or UEE Basic, one of the two. They don't want to actually create a language that is UEE Basic or UEE Common. I can't remember the name of it exactly. But we just hear it as English, is what it is. But it's not actually English. It's they've said that they don't want to make that judgment call. Just makes it easier for that kind of thing. Did Invictus work in terms of lore, or is it a ship sale? We talked about Invictus in terms of it as both a ship sale and as a means to get players to like new players to come into the game. That's what I said. And in terms of ship sale, it made a lot of money. More money so far has been made in this Invictus than has been made in the previous Invictus. Not quite as much as the first Invictus yet, though. And the other thing that I pointed out was that in terms of new players, there's a ton more players that have been added to the game, or a ton more accounts that have been added to the game than we've ever seen before. And while there does seem to be some people who are like, hey, I fell through the planet, I hate this game, it's a scam. It's about the same rate that you'd see normal kind of comments like that. And it was I pointed out that players who are having fun don't post on social media. They play the game. Any music lore? Yes. The music we do know about most of is something metal. Like, it's effectively not really metal, but it's like punk. You've got the Imperators, which is a group. You've got oh gosh, I can't remember the name of all of them. There's like 3 or 4 different bands. Metal punk, so ska. So the music it's kind of like punk or metal, not really ska, is it's like thrash metal is what it's called, but it's not thrash metal. It's something like that. And Gutter Washer's another one. They are the music is used often by pirates as a psychological weapon. So it's not like ska. Because if I heard ska popping up through my speakers as a psychological weapon, I'd just be like, yeah, all right, you're just gonna give me some music for this battle. This is the kind of stuff that you blast and it just hurts people's ears. Do SC aliens do music? Yes. Weird thing is that the game is running better for me, even for me, not just good as some patches, actually running well, like other games. In Invictus week, no less with extra people. Yeah, so that's the thing, is early on there was a lot of issues, which is mostly back-end stuff. But since like last weekend, since like Monday, I haven't seen a single queue boss to fight, and the games run fine. You can rent stuff, everything is running normally again. Real big space. No problem. Yeah, Gutter Watch is the big one. They're probably the biggest band that has been mentioned so far. Them and like Los something something or OS. They're all like the same kind of thing. They're like anti-establishment bands. Psychological weapons, so like Vogon poetry. Yes. You had a queue today? I haven't seen a queue since Monday. And I haven't seen nearly like Monday was the worst I saw, which was like 160 something. Little off topic, but your best in show guess for this year's, it really depends on how they change it. If they change the best in show system to what it should be, which is a small, medium, and large category, then it's anyone's guess. If they don't change it at all, then I'm going for Grey Cat Buggy. The Grey Cat PTV, baby. Why? Because that ship used to have skins and no longer has skins. And I am not afraid to meme again. I don't think CIG will let it happen, but if they actually change it over and do small, medium, and large ships categories so that, you know, the final four is like one of each type, then I would say likely the Corsair will win. If the Corsair is out by then. If not, then probably the Scorpius. When do I think the Kraken will release? After server meshing's in. I, for one, would embrace the meme. Yeah. So the cult angle again, or no? We're just going to talk about the hardworking, life-saving PTV. It's not a cult. It's just the hardworking thing that deserves the reputation. PTV to the moon, baby. PTV was the ship I got my first kill in. Well, it depends, because usually the way that they do they usually do the qualifications in August, and any ship that's not available to fly in August is disqualified. So. Are there still TV shows and or movies in the Star Citizen universe? Yes, they do. They have the Hollows and they have vids. So let me explain to you what Spectrum is. Spectrum is confusing as fuck. Because Spectrum is a real thing in Star Citizen game, like in Star Citizen in terms of like, that's the forums, effectively. But Spectrum is also, in fiction, the internet. And it has the things you would expect on the internet. It has articles you can read, it has games you can play, but it also has live broadcasts, which are scheduled, like kind of like live streams, which are scheduled at certain times, and movies that you can watch when they come out at certain times. It's a lot more like today than it was when it was originally pitched, which was effectively just movies or TV and internet wound into one. That's the popping it. Will Star Citizen, in terms of lore, have things like the Oscars? No. The Booker Prize? No. The BAFTAs, the Eurovision Song Contest? It does have those things, but they're not those things. Like, you won't see the 2953 Oscars, but you might see something like the 2953 Spectrum Movie Awards or something like that. We don't have those things written down yet, but I would almost guarantee you they'll be added as they need more stuff to do and to show in game. I'm here for the pop cultural lore. Yeah. What are video games like in Star Citizen lore? You play them already. Star Marine and Arena Commander and Theaters of War. Those are all video games. Also, Vanguard, Hyper Vanguard Force. The PTV was the king to get across the hangar. Yeah. Wonder if CIG will let players to take my raid. Wait, what? I'm getting raided? Oh, smash. Smush. Hello, you all. Welcome from Smush's stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the Astro Pub. How you doing, Smush? What are you up to? You doing some more Star Citizen stuff? That is the Medevac movie series. Nice. How are you enjoying it? How have you been enjoying the updates? Welcome, everybody. We're talking lore. We're talking the game. We've been talking a lot of stuff. This is my office hours. It's kind of a chill talk about Star Citizen stream that I do for a couple of hours on Thursdays. I'm a Hyper Vanguard Force Apex Predator. I love Hyper Vanguard Force is fucking amazing. Thank you for that 54 months of support there, Coffee. Thank you for gifting that sub to Wanderer, First Tasty. Still no hammers in Star Citizen, but she's making do. That is a mistake. There needs to be hammers. I'm also a big fan of melee weapons in Star Citizen, though. I will say, like, 317 surprised the shit out of me when it originally released, because like the sheer stability and performance increases was like, what? What? There's a hammerhead. There is the hammerhead. What's the likelihood of there being an AI race? I heard it's been rumored on Reddit. So I feel like I should take responsible for that rumor, because this is one of the things that I've been talking about for a bit. There is a long time rumor that one of the races that is mentioned in lore but is not accessible, like no human in lore has ever met them, but they have been fighting the Xi'an, which is called the Kathak. That my theory is that they're an AI race that the Xi'an created and then desperately trying to stop like existing anymore. But yeah, AI is illegal in the UE. The Warhammer is a javelin. That's true as well. Yes, Smashly. You have a video for me? Show it to me. Skip to like 1 minute. Okay. Oh, this is Nightcap. Okay. Okay, let me do this. Very nice. Ooh. Big boom. Big bada boom. Nice. Very nice. The hammered. Hey, Loken. How you doing, buddy? We're going to get a follow command for Smashley and Loken. Both of them. We're going to have 2 fully crewed hammerheads by the end. Nice. Yeah, hammerheads are fun. When you can get a fully loaded hammerhead and do some damage, it's amazing. Thank you for the $20, Depa. Sounds like the Geth? Yeah, kind of. That would be my theory, is that they're similar to that. Because the way that the Kurthok act is a lot less aggressive and more defensive. Whenever they've been mentioned in lore, they've been mentioned mostly as a, like, they did a surgical strike that killed the entirety of the Xi'an royal family in one blow, instantly, which is really difficult to do. And as a result, caused a bunch of chaos in the Xi'an Empire, but also didn't seem to attack the Xi'an. So it seemed to be much more of a, like, way of keeping the Xi'an off balance rather than to keep them from attacking them. But so do you think we'll see AI in systems that don't have the UEE? I think we'll see AI in systems that do have the UEE. They'll just go crazy. Later, Biped. Thanks for hanging out. Paul, I have a horrible idea. When Pyro comes in, I'm going to try to get Markiplier to notice Star Citizen's existence. Probably in a bad idea, but we'll agree and love the game. He'll probably find it on his own. Unknown Guardian, you mad bastard. We're gifting to Fupped Duck, Keckmeyer, CGF Master, Zordist, Omega, Dish, Hooting, Angry, Kenobi, and Minbookbeard. I still think the Lost Generation ship is run by AI, the source of the alien race. Could be. Hey, Felroth. Would you say that there's a chance that Flight-Ready Corsairs revealed at Drake Day? They did say there was a surprise for Flight-Ready ships would be revealed. I don't think so, but we'll see. What do you think about the Banu Merchantman? It's a ship I'm most looking forward to. I think it's going to be a cool ship. I think it's going to be a lot of... when it releases, it's going to be a ship that needs... It's going to be fun to use, but it's going to be like the 890, where it's going to still need a lot of work done for it. Kraken Fly by maybe? Maybe. Have I watched Sandstorm Star Citizen video? Yes. It took a year to make, from 313 to 316, I believe. It's good. It's really good. The creator has really good eye for shot composition and pacing. The only notes I would have given them, like, this is one of those things where it's like, whenever I see something like that, I'm like, this is great, but these are the things I'd change. And I can't do that. I can't not do that. I hate the cliche of running across open ground screaming. Massed infantry charges in sci-fi, like, I should say, other than 40K. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But it's great. It's a fantastic thing to watch. It's really well shot. It's really well put together. The acting is spot on. I can't wait. Like, if that's what they did, like, with a year, I can't wait to see what they do in a year from now. In 2 years from now. Like, take the lessons they learned and move on from it. It's great. Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a ship, a colonial transport governed by an AI that disappeared? Yes, it's called the... God, I've been talking about it so much I can't remember the name. I know that the AI's name is Janus. The Artemis. The Artemis disappeared before we discovered our first jump point. Star Trooper scene intensifies. Yeah. Starship Troopers, yeah. For me, the band measurement equals daily driver / fighter. You're not going to fight with you're not doing a fighter with a BMM. It's a huge ship. Have a good night there, Joey. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know if the ship's AI developed a sentience and created a race from itself. Could be, but the thing about it is the Krthok are ancient. They're older than anything the humans have. Is it okay to smoke spectrum links? Yeah, you should be able to, Deva. Janice is the name of it, yeah. Question, how do you deal with the persistent streaming litter and garbage accumulation? Those robes are going to flood landing zones. They've already said that they're going to plan on doing they're going to do a two-pronging approach where they're going to have a prioritization where things that are less prioritized, like things that are less valuable, will get culled quicker. And they're also going to look to do things that will encourage players to pick up litter or to not litter in general. The thing about the robes is I think that the robes are not being dropped by players, but they're being dropped by players, and then the servers are collecting them into piles for some reason. As a diehard Elder Scrolls lore nerd, I'm very intrigued by the depth of the Star Citizen lore that I've heard from your YouTubes. Is there any good video starting points to get into? I have 4 starter videos, a very basic starter video, but if you already know that, then I'd move on to what I call it the Citizen's Guide to Lore. There are 3 videos so far. I'm also in the process of making a comprehensive history of Star Citizen lore from the beginnings of human, like the jump off point of our universe versus Star Citizen universe, about 2036, and then from there to today. And I finished the first episode, recorded it, and I've passed it off to an editor who's currently in the process of editing it together. So I'm expecting to see that sometime at the end of this month. And I'm planning on doing once a month for the next year or so to see how that works. Hey, Atomic, how you doing, buddy? So for those of you who don't know, Atomic Zero and Loken are both going to be part of a Warhammer 40k tabletop, which we're doing on Saturday. We did the episode 0 already. I just got to edit that and put it out there. I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow. So if you enjoy Warhammer 40,000 and you like tabletop RPGs and you want to watch a bunch of Warhammer nerds play around in the Warhammer universe, come join us Saturday. We're episode 1 of, it's called Shadows of Aquila, where you follow a group of 2 Space Marines, a Tech Priest Magos, and a Bulgrin under the command of an Inquisitor try to... They're sent off on a mission by an Inquisitor, and that's the whole campaign is going to take place of them trying to achieve this goal. So, if you like that kind of stuff, come join us. Wait, I got that wrong. Yeah, it'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Saturday. It's Loken Plays, Ferric Veer, Atomic Zero, and Duran, Commissar Duran. Duran is just somebody from my community who loves 40k. So, I mean, I just took a look at Warhammer 1. Of the coolest parts of the armies is having cool iconography and stuff. Yeah. One thing I don't like about Star Citizen is that lore is how damn simple the Army, Navy, Marines logos are. It's literally just the shape of the name of the branch on it, no details or anything. It's important to note that, like, the stuff that you see on the Army, Navy, and the Marines is much more of just the logos and not necessarily the seals or the heraldry. It's kind of like if you look at the official like logos of armies today, they're pretty simple because it's mostly marketing. I would expect to see official like heraldry done for those sorts of things in the near future, but there's just no need for it right now. I'm not really into tabletop games, so I'll pass it on that one. We do it live on Saturdays, as we'll be just streaming here. The whole point is to tell a story, an interesting story. And all of the people there are fantastic fantastic fans of the universe. They have really good chemistry already. It's been pretty fun. Episode 0 is really good. It went really, really well. So it's 40K in the sense that it takes place in the universe. It uses the Wrath and Glory system, which is the official Warhammer 40K RPG and tabletop RPG. And the thing about Wrath and Glory, which is really cool, is that it has mechanics, but it's not very crunchy. The system is much more narrative driven. The roles are there to simulate what happens, but the players and the GM collectively decide things like epic failures or epic successes and how they affect the whole thing. So it's not just a tabletop, but a story set in the 40K universe. Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is less of watch us roll dice and more of us watch us tell a story in the 40K universe. Now, at least it's not 30K game. We've seen enough of those lately. But shh. Or even if you're in a group, it's about being your character, not yourself. Yeah. Like adding trash cans. I didn't see that there. Otawa. Tatsumi? Tatsumi. I'm just saying Tatsumi. Yeah, they actually have trash cans in Star Citizen right now. They do exist. You can use them. I can't wait, because one of the things they're planning on doing for CIG to kind of deal with the cleanup is if you get caught dropping stuff on the ground and not picking it up, you can have severe fines, punishments, or even jail time. I can't wait for somebody to accidentally get Kleischer because they littered. That's going to be freaking amazing. Can I be a Nurgle Dreadnought named Trash Can? We need fines for littering. We'll get them when that happens for sure. Bounty hunt the litterers. This man has a 15 million UEC bounty on his head. What did he do? He dropped 14,000 cans onto the main square onto Area 18. What a badass. Hey, Buster, what's going on? Vertigo is going to be a consummate violator of that littering law. I can't wait for just to see him go to jail so many times for littering. Okay, thank you, Buster. There's going to be beer bottles all over my ship. Be careful. Like right now, beer bottles will find ways of bouncing into the ship's superstructure and causing damage. You think that players will be able to issue bounties on someone of the future? Possibly as contracts, but we'll see. Loose med pens with the Zuma ship, yeah. Do you think that the players will be able to... Oh, yeah, yes, that's that. Littering and... Yeah. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. I will say... That's a cool idea to innovate. Probably not today, but soon. Yeah, Logan, I got you. Fashion and lore. Yes, that would be a good thing. What I missed, I had to go to the Baby Coon about the same time. We're just talking still. We're kind of coming up towards the end here. We've got, you know, we've been streaming for almost 3 hours now. I usually only go about 3 hours max. They have suits for sale at Everest. What suits? Stink figure. How do you think Bounty Hunter V2 will work? I've kind of talked about this already, but I think the very basics is going to be you're going to have to disable ships, board them, knock out the bounty, restrain them, and then bring them back to process. How you track them, I don't know yet. Is it littering dead bodies, or is it improper disposal of previously sentient organic matter? Corpse abuse, probably. Super breedy, man. Somebody is going to have a 5 billion UEC bounty on their head just because they bumped into the wrong person or some BS like that. Probably. I mean, every content creator is probably going to have some massive bounty on their head. They sometimes show Buster on TV here in Kleischer. I always watch it. I always go sleepy happy. Go to sleep happy. Buy any upgrades for ships? Fell in love with the Pisces expedition during Flight Feet. Nothing yet. Fleet Week. My fleet is pretty much done, but as we like to say in Info Runners, no fleet is done. It's always a work in progress. You never know when another ship's going to come out that's going to fit your idea of something more often. So, with the Cutlass Blue of it, will the Cutlass Blue be available at DefenseCon? I think every single Cutlass ship or every single Drake ship will be available at DefenseCon. So CIG going to improve the AI, so if you run around the landing zone in your underwear or medical gown, the NPC will point and laugh and start wolf whistling at you. Seems like appropriate behavior. Probably. The way that CIG seems to be wanting to develop the AI, and this is why I say like the major step after the server meshing and persistence is probably AI, is CIG wants the AI to be fairly dynamic. They're going to have a lot of behaviors which they will pull upon based off of a tag system that they're using or some sort of system where like professions, where like they'll have different categories, traits, which they can generate for an AI, and then those AI will react based off of those traits to different things. You can't find any shop that sells suits at Everest. Are you talking about like prison suits? Because you could definitely find suits at Everest. You just got to go down to the lobby and then look around there. Go up and down the stairs and stuff like that. I can't remember exactly where. There's definitely a suit there. And if you can't find it there, then there's definitely suits you can find at the the cargo deck. Yeah, it's flight suits, not prison suits. I hope the alien hauler comes out in Alien Week. We're not going to see the Raylan come out in Alien Week, sadly. Glad to help there, Angus. Yeah, it's the Galleria and the cargo deck, so when you can find them. Like a Talk Raylan, yeah. So, another quick reference, because I know on Twitch I have 318 and beyond discussion. It's important to note 318 is not coming out until September or October of this year, but we will likely see it in Evocati in like July, June or July, which means you may be able to play 318 in like August or the end of July if you have first wave PTU, but it will stay in PTU for an extended period of time. It also means that we probably will not have a Q4 patch, because once we have 318, we'll have a 318.1, which will be the IAE patch, would be my guess. And then the next patch after 318 is 4.0. And 4.0 is going to go to Evocati at the end of the year, maybe. Big maybe. And then go to, will actually be released in springs, like March of 2023. They added 319 to the release schedule. I'll have to take a look. I did not see that. So 319 will just be an in-between patch then. That's weird, because that's effectively what Chris said was going to be 4.0. So that seems off. It's not going to be updated at all. But see, Chris said that the Q4 patch will be, there will be no Q4 patch, and what we will see with Q4 patch is 4.0, and it will release in spring. So thanks for hanging out on Node Guardian. Go to bed. They may change the name when the server meshing pyro is confirmed. Yeah. And I don't understand wave 1. It's compromised vassals like me, and maybe 0.00001% are interested in reporting bugs. The thing about PTU is not necessarily bug reporting. Bug reporting helps. The purpose of PTU is stress testing. The purpose of PTU is to give it out, send it out into the wild, and see what players do. Because that helps more than anything else, especially if, say, I'm playing the game and I'm streaming it and some major bug keeps happening, then they'll know, or people complain about a bug on Spectrum or whatever, then they can kind of pick it out even if those bugs aren't reported directly. They should be making waves based off of people reporting bugs. They do. That's called the Evocati. The Evocati are people who report bugs. PTU is no longer, it's there for bug reporting, but it's mostly stress testing. Additionally, there'll be an Alpha 319 update at the end of Q4 with a similar testing approach to 318 for the initial release of server meshing and the Pyro system, and more in Alpha 4.0. Therefore, you'll see 319 column has been added to the release schedule. No, I see that. I'm looking at it right now for the release view. But basically, what Chris said was in the letter to the chairman was that there would be effectively no Q4 patch. It would just go straight to Evocati, and that would be the 4.0 in the similar release. They're just calling it 319 for now, but it's going to be 4.0. Wait, the Evocati are people, not cyborgs? Yeah, we'll need some confirmation, some clarification on that. I think that's the big thing, is clarification on what the fuck they mean. Because Chris said for sure 4.0 is they've been saying for years, in fact, that 4.0 is Pyro and server meshing. And this is saying 319. And Chris also said there would be no Q4 patch, that it'll go into server meshing and then or into Evocati, and then it'll release in Q1 2023. Not really, because if it's the way that Chris made it sound, and I've read the entire letter to the chairman twice. No, 4 times now. I didn't include the time that I read it live for y'all. So they added a 319 to the release view, but they also said that in the roadmap roundup. Additionally, there will be an Alpha 319 update at the end of Q4 with a similar testing approach as 318 for the initial release of server meshing, Pyro system, and more in Alpha 4.0. Therefore, you'll see a 319 column has been added to the release in Q4 2022. But the 318 column was designed specifically for PES, and that it was going to be delayed a little bit longer. So what that is saying, and Jake, please clarify. 319 is going to take longer to release, but it involves Pyro, server meshing, and more. So that's the complicated part. This would be 4.0, including server meshing, Pyro, etc., and would likely have similar testing. Okay, so he has clarified it. Thank you, Spazzy Nerd. They're just calling it 319 for some reason. Thank you for giving those biddies there on Unguardian. I think they just don't want to put 4.0 Q4. There's no Q4 patch. Effectively, don't expect a Q4 patch. I'd expect a Q3 318 and then a 318.1 for IAE and then no patch at the end of the year. Maybe a 318.2. A 319 is only there to provide substance. It's a marketing ploy, so they can say, "Hey, we did so much work. We skipped 319 and went straight to 4.0." Thank you, Spazzy. Just to clarify, this would be 4.0. It includes server meshing, Pyro, etc., and likely be similar testing period to 318 and persistent entity streaming. To be sure, check out letter from the chairman, which specifically under 2022 release Squadrons breaks down that post above. While we are indeed targeting a 319 at the end of the year, keep in mind this would be dependent on things going smoothly with our behemoth of a patch in Q3, which includes hull stripping, cargo refactor, and game-changing persistence entity streaming. It is possible the Q4 patch is 319 or even 318.2. As mentioned in the letter from Chris, it's going to be a unique year as we prepare to roll out such major tech industries. We'll do our best to keep you updated in the year. Okay. So, what I can gather from this is they may have a 319 patch or 318.2 patch. It depends on when they release. And if 319 ends up being 4.0, it'll be 4.0. But they're thinking that 4.0 is going to be in quarter 1 of 2023. I think that's what I'm guessing. Server meshing will wreck the game, not in a good way. They release phases for a reason. Throwing it out into wild would be a mess. They need certain data to certain times. They can't test every aspect of the patch at once. Yes. They probably don't know what would go on and go in 319 yet, or have some possibilities. Yeah. We're not going to see anything in 319 until they know what the fuck's going on. They don't have any idea what's happening at the end of the year, basically. And it doesn't help that they added 319 when they have no idea. What was the last mention of theaters of war? They mention every so often in monthly up reports, but you're not going to see it until well after server meshing comes in. Because if server meshing blows up in their face, they need 6 months or longer. They'll have a 319 patch. Yeah, but it'll probably be a 318.2. I personally believe that, yeah, it should have stuck with no Q4 release. That's just dumb. I think that the Q4 release is always a stupid idea because it's never going to have any substance added to it ever, period. And the sooner that CIG just kind of admits that and moves on to a three quarter release per year and a hot fix at the end of the year, the better. There's never been a Q4 patch that's been released at Q4 that's been good. It's almost always been stuff that was from effectively just stuff that was missing from the Q3 patch added in. And the times that it has been substantial, it was in PTU over the holiday. So it effectively was a Q1 release anyways. It's dumb. It's dumb. They know how their staffing structure works. It makes more sense to do 3 quarters and 3 patches per year, major patches per year with minor patches in between, and the Q4 patch just being more of a fix for the Q3 patch. What are some good reasons why Star Citizen lore is grimdark? It's not grimdark. I call it grimpunk because it's a kind of combination of grimdark and cyberpunk. It's grimdark in the sense that most humans will be born on planets which are impoverished on planets and never have a chance to expand their socioeconomic status without turning to crime or going into the military, both of which have a high chance of them dying young. Very few people actually have voting rights or any rights at all, well, other than some basic human rights. But those basic human rights aren't at all enforced. You're much more likely to die of just extreme poverty in the Star Citizen universe. The 19 is when they fix all the L1 station refinery shops. Yeah. Yeah, the Hurstons. Astro, seems as if they keep pulling back the dates. 3 years ago, it was quarter patches. Now it looks like 1 to 3 patches. It was never quarter patches. It was never quarter patches. 3 years ago, it was the quarter 4 patch was always slimmed down to nothing or delayed until the next year. The problem with the quarter 4 patches is always the same problem, which is they have a hard cutoff point. All of the other patches, they can slip. They can push it a little bit later than it normally would. The quarter 4 is you cannot slip because CIG does, I believe, 2 weeks vacation at the end of the year, 2 to 3 weeks vacation built in for their staff. So they have to release that patch before their staff goes home for the winter. So whatever is done at that time, it has to be released. The one time they've done it where they left it in PTU, it was a shit show for several months, and it took a lot longer for that patch to get stabilized when it was released in February, and then delayed all of the other releases for that year because it took long. It makes more sense to release a patch in April, major patch in April, a major patch in July, and a major patch in October with hot fixes between. So to understand as well staggered development doesn't work the way that everyone thinks it does. People think when they hear staggered development, they say, oh, that means that different people are working on different things for specific patches. And the answer is no. It's they stagger upstream and downstream teams so that there is always something being worked on at any given time. There's never a point where like a downstream team is completely done with everything and has nothing to do. And it allows for downstream teams and upstream teams to have 6 months per rotation rather than 3 months per rotation to get stuff done. And because they're staggered in different ways, they always have content to release every patch. It doesn't mean that this team now has 6 months to complete it for this patch. It means that this team has 6 months, and if they miss that, they'll have another 6 months to fix it. But instead of having 3 months and then having to wait 6 months to fix it, and another 3 months or another 6 months to fix it. But all the staff goes home for the 3 weeks. Have a good night there, Guardian. Yeah, a trimester system. Trimester would make sense. It's not, the problem is that it's not designed as necessarily, it can increase productivity, but the way that they're describing it, when they originally saying it, they were talking like, oh yeah, this is going to improve, like we're going to have more stuff per patch. And they kind of have. The problem is like the way that they were describing it was fluff. It was bullshit. They were trying to tell the fans that effectively you're going to have less stuff per patch because they needed to like rest because they were burning out their employees. And eventually that'll mean that more stuff will come out. It's just sort of true, but the way that it was being pitched was definitely bullshit. They were lying to people's faces. And I knew it at the time, and I said it. That wasn't really designed to do that. It was designed to have staff have more time, which they also talked about. But then as a result, it confuses the shit out of everybody because everyone's like, okay, so staggered development should increase pace. And that's why whenever someone says something, you hear some smart ass go, but staggered development. It's like, that's not what staggered development means. It's also not something that CIG invented. It is something that is done in Scrum. Scrum or Agile. Can't remember, one of the two. I looked it up, the definition for it. I'm tired right now, but it is a thing. Yeah. It just makes a lot more sense. Trimesters make a lot more sense. It's what they're already doing anyways. And the end of the year is like most people celebrate like the big Star Citizen patches in November anyways. So there's no point. Drums in the meeting times. Yeah, so it's agile. It's something that I've seen people describe it with agile. The idea of staggering development so that it hits at different time periods, but you have, upstream and downstream teams, which allows for more flexibility. I can't smell the brothel in Area 18. I want my goddamn money back. God damn it. But every time I talk about that stuff, someone in the comments or someone in the chat's always like, but Paul, none of that makes any sense. I have 15 years of agile experience, and let me explain why CIG doesn't know what they're doing. It's like, well, I can't describe to you in detail what I don't fully understand. I can just do my best to summarize what I understand. And no one really knows what's going on behind the closed doors of CIG unless you know what's going on behind closed doors of CIG. Yeah, I like that CIG just has this new facility. Will offer a lot of positions open to the EU. There's a lot of knowledge that corner of the world that's waiting to be acknowledged. From what I've heard, Agile doesn't work well for R&D projects. It works well for projects with a lot of content that's already available. You know, you're working from a platform that already exists or something to that effect. But if you're building brand new tech from the ground up, it doesn't work as well. But effectively, I'm gonna wrap it up because I'm getting exhausted here. We got 10 minutes left. Expectations, setting expectations for 318 is don't expect it till September. Expect you to be able to start seeing it in August, maybe July. Wait, there's a brothel in Area 18? No. I wouldn't expect much from a quarter 4 patch, if any at all. And don't expect server meshing until Invictus of next year. So we're still a year away from server meshing. Brothel Pyro? Yeah. So keep those things in mind when you're setting expectations. 317.2 is looking like it's a fairly decent patch. I wouldn't expect it to revolutionize the game, but it'll be a solid patch, probably updating some of the systems to improve the overall Gen 12 stuff and improve the performance, add new stuff to make it cooler and more fun. And then we'll start to see the rollout of 318, slow rollout in like July, shortly after that. And 318 is going to be a lot more different than people realize. I wouldn't be surprised if they experimented with higher populations per instance or per server with PES active in 318. It would be, my guess is they'll shoot for the moon. They'll probably have 100 players per server in 318. Mark my words on this one. They will attempt a 100 player server. And if it works, it'll attempt 150 players. And if that works, they'll attempt a 200 player server. Because CIG seems to have mentioned in the past that the bigger issue when it comes to server population is less directly to do with things like server meshing and persistence and more to do with things like Gen 12. So. Attempts is the keyword, yes. They will definitely do a PTU with larger player numbers at some point in 318, just to test to see where they can go. And if it does not decrease the stability of the servers and the clients significantly, they'll continue to increase it. They'll find a nice stable spot. We do know that they want to do 100 players per shard as a starting point when they create shards. And when you have persistence, the PES system, the PS in place for 318, that will be the shard system. Once you have PES enabled, it is sharding. That is the shards. Now all you have to do from there is patch in the mesh. That's the difference. That's why Chris effectively said it's much harder to get the PES system activated or PES activated than ME or SM activated, server meshing. PES dispenser, yes. Do you think we will get that bump in the next PTU or the first wave before trying it? I do believe you will definitely get the bump, not in terms of player numbers. Yeah, I expect we'll definitely get a 318.x patch. They sharded. I think we'll get a performance bump in 317.2, and we'll continue to get performance bumps in 318. Hey Astro, what's your thoughts on the recent trading bug exploits? Do you think we'll see a wipe before cargo refactor balance things? Yeah, we'll definitely. I think we'll almost for certain see a wipe when persistence comes in, when PES is activated, and that's September. But it's hard to tell if that's going to be a full wipe, a partial wipe. We'll see. Just because not only will the cargo refactor be in 3.18, which is important, but it's also a persistence update, so they might want to reset the entire clock for that. Well, obviously everyone is sharding all over the place. CIG will have a huge mess to clean up. Yeah. I don't remember exactly it, but I've heard that there is a bug that you can do to trade and make a shit ton of money. Depending on what Quanta is. Yeah, I think the only for certain patch wipe is going to be Quanta, the dynamic economy, which could be coming in 3.18 because the dynamic mission system is being developed this summer, which would correspond with 3.18. Now, it's always important to look at, when you look at something that's in this progress tracker, it does not mean when it runs out that it's going to suddenly be released soon after that. Other things could happen. But it is a good sign that they are on that track, which means sooner rather than later, within the year. Would September hold a functioning economy then? Dynamic economy? No. Probably a semi-dynamic economy. I wouldn't be surprised if 3.18 introduced more stuff with Quanta, because Quanta is currently in the game, but in very early stages. I wouldn't be surprised if by 3.18 we have things like mining and refining added to the Quanta system, and then slow rollouts from there on. All right, so pop in every year or two to see where we're at. Does it seem like Squadron 42 is on the horizon, or are we talking 3 years plus out? 3 years out. Minimum 3 years out. Well, yeah, minimum 3 years out. Chris just released a massive letter a couple of weeks ago talking about the updates. Star Citizen is heading into persistence, full persistence by the end of the year. And early testing for server meshing is capping at the end of the year, which will roll into 2023 for a release sometime in early 2023, possibly. And there is no new updates for Squadron. We will likely not see a new update for Squadron until the end of this year at the earliest. And based off of how they want to release the marketing campaign, you're probably looking at a year from whenever they announce, and the earliest they will announce is Invictus of next year, which would mean that a release would be summer of 2024. You then give 3 to 6 months just for, bug fixing and getting things ready, and you're in 2025. I wouldn't say 2 years. It's definitely 1 year. They're going to do a 1 year marketing push. It's very rare to see a game have 2 years, or any product have 2 year marketing pushes, unless there is a shit ton of money behind them. And while CIG does have a lot of money, I don't think they're going to use that much. Yeah. See, I think Squadron 42 will probably be close to being done in terms of a completed game by next year. But being a completed game does not mean it's ready to be launched. It means it needs to go through testing, review, rework, so on and so forth. Hey, Hoopy. I can tell you it releases next year, but based off of what I see, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I will say that it's looking good in terms of what we've seen from their monthly updates. There is significant progress on large portions of the game. It's just a big fucking game. And there have been mentions, multiple mentions of vertical slice in the monthly reports. Multiple mentions of vertical slices, getting things to a vertical slice quality for multiple sections of the game. So. I was an ad today. Yes. So CIG has been doing more and more YouTube ads for Free Fly for every Free Flight event. By the end of this year, we'll see every major event Star Citizen has will have ads pushed for it. 142 and his AI tech is too important to rush. Plus, people are intended to have a single player sandbox open world similar to PU and stuff. Waiting will only make it better. Yeah. Got to make that money. They got to keep everything going. Why are the elevators not working at the Vision Center? Probably a server issue. Swap servers and see what it is.
Weapons free, y'all.
Yes, I said Squadron 42 in 1 hour. So, Hoopy, what I would suggest doing is checking in and again around the end of this year for Squadron 42 updates. Because the trend is that CIG tends to release new Squadron information once a year at the end of the year, usually around December. If they don't do it around CitizenCon. But they did say for sure that we're not going to get any updates for Squadron 42 at CitizenCon this year, which is in October. So, yeah. What is this game? Well, for me right now, this is just kind of a discussion section where we just sort of talk about lore of the game and other things. There are other people who are playing it right now, so just definitely go check that out. But if you want the basic gist of what the game is an open world sandbox that is going to be an MMO. It doesn't really have unified servers yet. That's coming online next year. But it's an open world space sandbox where you can do space stuff. Go bounty hunt, go mine, go trade, go act like a fool in the middle of public, whatever you want to do. The idea is to be open world, evolving universe. It has a deep lore that's already been written over the last 10 years or so. It has lots of other features that have been added, things like reputation, all sorts of things. It'll have a dynamic economy. All of those things are in bits and pieces here and there. Yes, 42 months into Squadron 42's release. What is a game, Luke, or mechanic you're really looking forward to? Smuggling. Which we're getting more on 317.2, so. Or 317, yeah, 317.2. Elevators have been particularly cursed during 317.1, yeah. Corsair for Drake Day? I don't think so. We might have a walkable Corsair, but I don't think we'll have a flyable. This is a show where you just keep Paul up when he should be going to sleep. Yeah, I should be going to sleep. We're almost at 11. Once they hit 11, I'll end it. People just keep coming in and be like, I have no fucking idea what this game is. I just heard this game or just saw someone play it. What is going on? So, can you be like a pirate? Yes. You can be a pirate. It's difficult right now, but you can definitely pirate. Because it's an open world game, if you want to shoot somebody in the face, you can shoot somebody in the face. There are some areas which are specifically restricted for weapons use. Those areas are like landing zones and such. But everywhere else, weapons free, y'all. It's pretty much shoot to kill whatever you want. You want to knock out a ship and steal the shit, you can. It's difficult to do it right now because you can't really disable ships very easily.
Weapons free, y'all.
And you can't pull out guns or you can't pull out cargo from those ships. But in the next major patch, which is coming out in September, October, is when they're adding that functionality. So you'll be able to take stuff off a ship, like a box off the ship, and run away with it, and then go sell it if you want to.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
You can steal people's stuff. You can steal people's ships. You can steal people's ships right now. I've done it before.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Yeah, isn't there going to be a legal box cargo mission? Yeah, in 317.2. Yeah. You can hold people up. You can hold. You can go trading. You can go mining. You can go bounty hunting, looking for people who are criminals.
Hello, I like money.
Yeah, today's just a conversation. I'll be playing the game tomorrow. When are you gonna play it tomorrow? I don't play on Thursdays. I just do these sorts of. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time for, it's like a AMA sort of thing. I'm so excited for proper bounty hunting, being able to hunt a bounty through Streets of Art Corp and stuff. Yeah, I'm good with this. What do you think we'll get for Bounty Hunter version 2? It's the last time I'll say it, because I've said this like 4 times, but I think the basics things we'll get with Bounty Hunter version 2 is disable, capture, restrain, and deliver bounties. So finding someone, disabling their ship or knocking them out, cuffing them, bringing them, taking them to like a cargo or to like a bounty, those cryopods, or some sort of like restraint, and then flying them to the local security office and turning them in for cash. Is that MSR still useless? Yes. Just give everyone a B and we can all talk all night. I've already finished grading. All my kids are done grading. Not all of them passed, but most of my seniors have passed. Tomorrow, Drake Day, right? No, that's Saturday. Saturday is Drake Day. Saturday and Sunday is Drake Day, and then the finale is Monday and Tuesday. If I die, you lose your ship too. Everything you have on your ship is dead, is gone. You can buy your ship back, like in game. You can get your ship back with insurance, because all ships come with insurance. But if you said, like, say, if you went over, you hop in your ship, you go knock out a ship that's flying around, and you like take all their stuff, and then like a bounty hunter shows up and blows you up. All the stuff you took off that ship is gone, and you can get your ship back once you've respawned, but it'll take some time. Oh, Zero, I'm going to bed. The community is like, no, Paul, you're not going to bed. No sleep, more talk. You're also a teacher, Paul? I teach high school history, world history, economics, and government. I have a feeling that the one who's new, who's asking, is one of my students, because I have a bunch of seniors, and at least one or two of my seniors, I promised I'd give them my streaming name when they graduated, and a couple of them remembered. And I was like, here's my name. You're graduating in a couple days. I don't care. All I said was don't dox me. More lore, yes. What's your question there, monkey? Eric says you can't sleep. If you can't sleep, neither can you. Do any of your students ever watch your content? Yeah. Well, there's been a couple of times when students have found my content by accident.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Very cool. My wife is a teacher. Nice.
Drugs.
I feel sorry for your wife. I love my job as a teacher, but it can be sometimes. Oh no, bro, that's not good. You have went so long without them knowing. Nah. They're graduating on Thursday in a week. Many of them I won't even see again until for then. So I'm playing CS. Gotta go. Later, Ludu. See you tomorrow. Ludu. You just have to deal with raw human apes sometimes. Hello, Darian. Yeah, I'm tired if it's a whoosh. Hey, Vince. Man up? No. No. You man up, Vince. Yeah, we'll just sit around for a little bit longer. Bro, I wish you were my son's teacher. I constantly say I never consider myself a good teacher. I consider myself an effective teacher. In before sleep. Corsair will go out, but where? Trying to figure my fleet projection. So do not expect the Corsair to come out in Drake Day. I would not expect the Corsair to coming out during Drake release. I think we're just getting the mule. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Drake. The Vulture. We'll be able to see the Vulture, walk through the Vulture for sure. I don't know if we'll be able to see the Drake Corsair walkthrough, but we might. Your old U.S. history teacher also plays Snyder Citizen? Nice. We're building the next Galactic Empire. It'll definitely go on sale. Yeah, the Corsair is definitely going to go on sale. Maybe a Corsair from afar. Yeah, maybe. Or at the very least, it'll be in a holograph, but... The Drake dumpster fire. They did show and let us tour your favorite ship, the Redeemer, before it was released. Fucking hate you, Chipperwalkie. Oh, so the mule is not out yet? When can we buy it? Saturday. I love me some Drake as well. Yes, that's true. The Corsair is is an exploration ship, not Navy. However, here's the funny part: Drake doesn't have any ships in the Navy. That's why they have Defense Con. Defense Con is done explicitly to fuck with the Navy because Drake does not have relationships with the Navy. If ever do any college pleasures, I'll let you know, Renovate. I hate you, Q-Pen. I hate you so much. Anyways, before I go, I do want to thank Zero and Smush and all of you crazy bastards who are rating me now. I think on Twitch I've been at like 300 people for the last 2 hours. We'll be going for a little bit longer, but I do need to get some sleep. I didn't really notice Cidero's here. Hey, Cidero. Bullshit. DOE Navy has extensive relationship with Drake ships in blowing them up. Yeah. Hey, Ton. Uncensored lore on OnlyFans when? I've already said if I open an OnlyFans account, it's just going to show me showing taking pictures of fans. Like all different types of fans. It's the same as my Twitch name, the Astropub. The Astropub, all one word. It's only 10. It's 11, almost 11 p.m. my time. And I get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. My general routine is wake up at 6 a.m., get dressed. Wife and I go for a walk, get home, take a shower, then go to work. And I work well, these days I work until about 1 because it's the end of the school year. And I usually work until about 5, go home and do more. What is the most powerful ship in lore? It'd either be the Kingship or the Retribution. So, for those of you who have seen the UEE Bengal ships, the Navy Bengal ships, you've seen their shipbuster railguns hit anything. Basically, if you get hit with a shipbuster railgun, you're dead. It is a railgun that shoots Aurora-sized pellets. And it's working. So, yeah. The Retribution has like 7 of those. It's just filled with those. The big 4 quad, yeah, there's like 7 or 8 of those on the Retribution. And it's twice the size of a Bengal carrier. The in lore, I mean, the names of those railguns is called the bearing applied ship buster railguns is what they're called. Their description in lore is they will go through an unshielded cruiser like a tin can. Astro, have you seen the player soul interest ×2 against the Bengal video? I haven't, but I imagine it would be interesting. I'm suspecting that we will see the Retribution face a Kingship in Squadron 42, almost for certain, yes. I have absolutely no definite information on that, but that's my suspicion. Yeah, the fact that it exists to fight Kingships is all you need to know. The Retribution? Everyone made it. RSI, Aegis, Anvil, Origin, MISC, all of them helped make it. It was built by the Navy as a top secret project that they literally killed people over. They didn't want people to know about it. It was built as a Kingship slayer because the UE had a problem that the Kingships were too big and too mighty that like Bengal carriers, which usually anchor fleets, maybe 2 or 3 of them, would not be able to take down a Bengal or to take down a Kingship just because of the sheer volume of fire required to kill one. Okay, I read Buster Railguns. Yeah, they're called Ship Busters. Buster the Destroyer Railguns. Yes. What crazy weapons does the Retribution have? It has those guns that, you know those 4 quad railgun like mounts on the bottom of a Bengal carrier? There's like 8 of them on the Retribution. There's also a theory, because the Retribution is a giant tuning fork, that the giant like center section of the Retribution is itself a giant railgun that would shoot effectively Bengal carriers at its enemy, or like Idris's at its enemy. It was designed after the UEC captured a Kingship, yes. It's designed to kill Kingships. I forget the name of the project. There's this. Let me look it up real quick. Project Quadrine was the name of it. Quadrine. Now, Quadrine is... QUAD Quadine. 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 Quadine.
Quadian.
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 That's what it's. Yeah, I have seen the Sandstorm. It's pretty cool. You haven't seen too much of Chaos Gate? It's pretty fun. I've been playing it offline. I'll do it at some point, but that I did not see the Exterminatus in Chaos Gate though. No, I know you can get it. You can get an Exterminatus. Why can't we jump into a Quantum in the direction of a capital ship and its fleet and destroy them all? Because Quantum drives are designed specifically not to be able to jump that direction. You're talking about the Holdo maneuver, but with Quantums, with Quantum drives, because it would destroy the ships that it was using them in, and they're designed specifically to have safety procedures for that. Yeah, Cascade it's really, really fun. I heard this Retribution one-shot a Gladius once they got replaced all its railguns with Badger repeaters. What's up with the hype? What hype? BDG? Since it was an epic battle scene, but no real story. I like the overclocked and some of the others that actually have a story. This epic display of battle for sure. Yeah, that's effectively what I said. There's good shot composition with Sandstorm. It has a pretty good acting. There's a basic gist of a plot, but the fact that they were able to do what they did with what they had is pretty impressive. It's definitely a good, I look forward to seeing what they do in the future. It's a good game. Just wondering when they're going to fix the mole miner. In what way? Probably at some point in the future. Everything like that. Everything about SC is hype. That doesn't tell me anything. What do you mean? Star Citizen is a game in development. There's a lot of potential for Star Citizen. In the future, specifically. There's a lot of work that's already been put in. The game has a lot of potential, but it also has a lot of fun right now, especially if you're brand new to the game. But it's still limited, and it still has issues and bugs, which will take a while to fix and completely track down. You're going to fall through planets if you play it. You're going to have issues where the game just has game-breaking bugs. It's just damn near impossible to play. But when you do have smooth experiences, it's like nothing you've ever played before. And there's a lot more to come. They shrunk the UI so the Mole's UI so it's really hard to read. Oh, okay. If you had to recommend one purchase for Invictus, what would it be? The game? Nothing else? The problem with purchasing ships is that there requires a lot of understanding of what you want, because you really don't have to buy anything outside of the starter package. If you want to buy other things, you can, but mostly the suggestion for purchasing anything would be stuff that would be harder to achieve in game, that if you have the disposable income now that you want to secure now, it'd be a good idea. That's about it. I have a ton of ships in this game purchased over the course of 10 years, but the most fun I've had in this game is with an account that I had that just has an Aurora. It's like a toxic relationship. The lows are low, but man, the highs are very high. Kind of. I think like any game, it's important to remember that it's still a game and you can walk away from it and come back if you want to. I mean, does a game bring you into the future? There's nothing like it out there. Yeah. About it. Star Citizen is attempting to be something that no other game will ever be like. And at its core, Star Citizen would never be made by any other developer. This game is impossible. It hands down is never ever going to be repeated in any way, shape, or form because it's not profitable. No AAA developer will ever make a game like Star Citizen. Ever. I grabbed the Polaris and Perseus, missed those ones. It's like a typical game needs a solid focus. It needs a demographic to hit. It needs to hit some sales goals, and it needs to have a specific time frame upon which it's released. If you do some R&D, that R&D needs to be done like very focused and very specific. Very rarely do you have very expansive R&D for projects. And if you see increase, it'll see incremental increases in terms of engine performance or something else. Everything that needs to be done needs to be monetized in some way, shape, or form. And while Star Citizen does monetize its ships, it's not nearly the kind of monetization you see in the industry, just in general. And the way that Chris Roberts is developing the game, the way that CIG wants to develop this game is not profitable, which is, if this doesn't work, just throw it away and start a new thing and then work from the beginning again. Develop these tools, and then maybe these tools go bad and you just throw them out and just rebuild the tools from scratch. It takes longer. The approach is more messy at times, but the end result is almost always a better product if it doesn't take too long, if it doesn't take long. And the goal that Star Citizen has is effectively like 12 games smashed into one. Star Citizen at its core, like people say, Star Citizen has made $426 million. Biggest scam of the century. Like, that's a month of mobile games for EA. At minimum a month. They make billions of dollars in mobile game sales. For mobile games. You know, the entire budget of Star Citizen is made in one release of Call of Duty. Like, Star Citizen has made shit for money. Lots of people play mobile games. Most gamers play mobile games. They're gamers. Go ahead, Phil. Ask the question, Autonomous. I gotta go to bed here shortly. They have no publisher to pay, so profit is a different calculation to CIG. It is. CIG's budget profit is to keep the lights on and pay its employees. I was watching the podcast with Space Tomato about lore of the systems. I was kind of sad everyone was inhabited. I thought you could explore virgin space. You can. There are plenty of spaces which are explored but not inhabited. There is the... Let me look this up real quickly. I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. Oso is a big one. You see, here we go. This is Oso 2, the home of the Osoians, which is a sentient species that is in the Stone Age level of development that humanity is protecting from other outside forces. The Xi'an are known to poach Osoians for their hide. So there are other massive Lear. The Lear system has people who live in it, but it's mostly spotty. There's plenty of places in Pyro which have inhabitants, but like frontier inhabitants. There's a ton of systems which are mostly empty. Almost all the systems will have some level of inhabitants, but not all of them will be extensive. It'll be like an outpost sort of thing. ACM fool. Have a good night there, Aaron. What fun things are they going to do in Pyro? Murder, death, and kill. Smuggling is going to be a big part of the experience. Exploration for some of the areas will be like derelict outposts you can or derelict settlements that you can explore and gather resources or information from. There'll be gang wars. There'll be the system is 3 times the size of Stanton in terms of its size, plus much more planets to deal with. So. Like, are all the jump points discovered? No, there are likely going to be multiple new systems which have never been discovered that will be discovered by players. CIG definitely has that idea. We don't know all of them because obviously they want to keep those a secret. So when players discover them, they discover them and it's like, ta-da! Touch grass. The grass is also deadly. Yeah. Yeah, it's too easy for CIG to say this zone is /area is X when a player identifies it as, and turns it into the first UE headquarters X equals Astropub, then populated. Yeah. So is Pyro in Australia? Is Australia? Not really. It's lawless. Entirely lawless. Lear is more like Australia in the sense that it has everything it's evolved to kill you, and its main inhabitants are a bunch of cultists who will kill you. Is the UE forbidden to go into Pyro? Not forbidden, they just don't go. There's at least one propaganda video that shows Perseus is engaging Xenothreat in Pyro systems, so it's hard to tell. UE Perseuses. But it would be kind of like the U.S. sending in like a cruiser into Somalia, like into Mogadishu. Yeah, you can do it, but it's dumb. So Pyro's more like Florida. Yeah, kind of. They've got a cult gang that worships a voice that they hear in the mines that's caused by solar flares. And the only way that you get access to the way you get inducted into the gang is by stripping naked and exposing yourself to direct blasts of solar radiation. They have holy wars in Pyro over who controls Ruin Station, because a voice in a mind tells them that they're destined to be the next ruler of Ruin Station. Pyro's fucked, man. Published Noble. What do you mean by Noble? Do you mean like a release date? You never say what Nyx would be? Nyx is Space Cuba. The communists. The People's Republic of Levski. Or People's Alliance of Levski. It's a commune. Novel? Yeah, there's no Star Citizen novel yet. They want to write one. They've talked about writing one. Isn't that just sunbathing? If you mean sunbathing in terms of direct blast from a solar flare without any protection from a magnetic field, yeah, I guess so. Was Invictus worth it? That's the question. In terms of money, it seems like it. In terms of players, it does seem to attract a lot of players, but it's hard to tell. But why don't we nuke Ruin Station? Because it's important to remember that Pyro, while it's filled with gang members, is also filled with just average people who just don't want to be in who just don't want to be in the UEE. So, including Ruin Station. So nuking Ruin Station would effectively be like nuking a bunch of pacifists, or just nuking a bunch of random bystanders. Can I ask rules for gifting ships? Can I gift a ship to a new player ship? Yeah. As long as you purchase this ship with actual cash in the store, you can gift it to whoever you like. But if you buy it with credit, you can't gift it. So if you purchase a new game package, for instance, you can gift that package to anybody you want to, as long as you have their email. They have to have an account and accept it, but who cares? The UEE does, because it's bad reputation for them. Is this game much better with a HOTAS? It's much. I play it with two sticks. We've got a T16000Ms, two of them, and I have a better experience with two twin sticks. Do I think CIG will hit 500K on funding this year? Probably. They're already at like what, 465. Last year they made 21 million in the month of November alone. So if they made 21 million again, or even 20 million this year, then you're looking at 475. That's not counting anything between the end of this sale and November, which is going to be big anyways. If you're a cop and chasing an assailant, your chain of command will have to call in a state of in the state you're about to go into and ask permission to continue pursuit. If they say no, your pursuit ends and theirs begins. You're talking about jurisdiction. Yes, jurisdiction does exist does exist in Star Citizen. The only people who can go through jurisdiction, like through multiple jurisdictions, are the advocacy. They're kind of like federal cops. They're federal police in the UAE. Any no-brainer CCUs you see this turn around? I'm not much of a CCU chainer. The person to talk about would be Inforunners, which is a group that I'm a part of as well. Specifically Execute. He'd probably be the person to talk about that. Someone else said, when you kill one, it's a tragedy, but when you kill 10 million, it's a statistic. Anyway, it's getting dark. Paul, go to bed. I am going to go to bed here shortly. How about 2 sticks with pedals? That's a good idea if you can get the pedals to work. Yeah, there is a novel, a novella, which is being sold, but they haven't written it yet, I don't think. Yeah, Burks does a pretty good job. I land pretty smoothly when I want to. I usually just land like an idiot because I can fly. I'm a pilot, but I don't play nearly as much as Burks does. Sounds like genocide with extra steps. Is it weird that I use your lore videos to go to sleep? Nope. Dart, you're not the first person to tell me that. You are not the first person to tell me that. Wait until you start seeing the 30 minutes to an hour videos per month that I'm releasing. What is the noble going to be like? Or the novel going to be like? Who's the writer? Chris? We don't know, but they do have, CIG has hired several writers in the past. One of the writers was the writers of the Dragonlance series. But they also have 3 writers on staff, plus an archivist. And they've all been writing lore bits and pieces here and there, as well as lore stories. They've also they have people like David Ladyman, who's a writer who's worked for other franchises. I know that Drew Wagner, he Drew Wager, that's his name, Drew Wager, who wrote the Elite novels, has expressed possible interest in doing Star Citizen novellas if they ask him to. That's probably not going to come out until after Squadron 42. Yeah, they're that boring, Contagion. I've just got a very smooth voice that people like to listen to. And selling a book before it's written, very CIG, yeah. David Haddock is writing the novella, and it's scheduled to be available closer to release. Okay, yeah, good to know. They even create languages. So this is going to sound weird because when I first heard that, I'm like, man, people are dicks. They're listening to me go to sleep, so I'm boring. But I also listen to videos like Luton 08, those Warhammer videos. I listen to his videos when I go to bed. I also when I go to sleep, just for the background noise. I learned some stuff, but I kind of like reading a book before you go to bed is sort of the equivalent of reading a book to make yourself go to sleep. Is what I've discovered. A lot of people do it. They'll listen to like podcasts and stuff like that right before they go to bed. Yeah, some people do that. Watch streams and stuff to go to bed. Do you think we'll get a new alien concept ship, if possible, flight ready ship? We'll definitely get a new concept ship, I think, during Alien Week, but I'm fairly certain we will, at least. How many fictional and non-fictional languages do I know? Hablo un poco español. That's part of it. I used to be fluent in it. I don't know any fictional ones, though. Yeah, I do listen to Oculus Imperia, yeah. I do listen to Oculus Imperia. I love me that big gay Scottish man. He is so good at his job. But I also listen to like Black Pants Legion before going to bed. I listen to Generation Tech when I go to bed. I'll listen to Eckhart's Ladder going to bed. How many systems are under UE control? About 36. How many are lawless? So out of 100 systems that were planned of releasing at launch, 36 are UEE. I think 12 or 13 are Xi'an, but those are 100% border worlds that there are said to be hundreds of worlds or hundreds of systems that the Xi'an control that the UE knows nothing about. I think 5 or 6 are Banu, and like 7 or 8 of those are Vanduul, and then the rest of them are all lawless or unaligned. Yeah, I've listened to Exploring Series 2. He's the one who got me into SCP lore. I also listen to SCP Explained every so often, but they only do like 20. Well, they do the compilation videos. I've actually thought about doing compilation videos for lore for this year at some point, going through and like putting out all of my ship lores together and that kind of stuff. Is there any other races? Yes, there is the Xi'an, the Devarin, the Banu, the Vanduul, the Kurthok. There's a dead race called the Hadesians. There are also species which are not fully evolved, like the Osoians. There's 2 other ones that I can't remember of. Yeah, the government in Star Citizen is the United Empire of Earth, or the UEE. So there's no real evil races. The only race which is explicitly hostile to every of the factions is the Vanduul. The Kurthok are an unknown race that have been fighting the Xi'an for many years. The Xi'an are turtle people. They are an ancient race of ancient. I guess they're ancient compared to humanity. A highly advanced ancient race which has very tenuous relationship with humanity. Tevarin are about a slightly younger race than humanity, about the same age that humanity utterly conquered during over 2 wars. The Banu are a very kind of broken race. They have their species is very ununified. They have a unified government, but it's much more individualistic. They have groups called the Suli, which are kind of like a family and a business that are also kind of governments. And so these groups of Suli work together every so often to have relationships with the outside world, but they're generally more independent. And so they act as like merchants and mercenaries and other things for most people. They have a general neutral. They're the only species that actually has some good relationships with the Vanduul. And then the Osoians are super primitive. They're only on Oso and they're like Stone Age. Yeah, the Vanduul are nomadic. The Banu are not nomadic, but they're I am Groot. They're like a Groot species. The Tevarin are bird people. They're giant birds. My profession in Star Wars to be a cult leader worshiping Quantanium. Where's the religion in all this? There is a religion called the Church of the Traveler, which is a kind of more of a philosophy than a religion, but the hardcore aspirants to the religion are basically cannot own property, cannot own ships. They cannot even feed themselves. They have to ask for help for everywhere they go, and they have to request passage on ships. They can't pay for passage. They have to get passage like offered to them. They're basically for enforced nomads, relying on the kindness of strangers. Any space Shungan or magic hints. There's no real space magic, no. Why aren't there any hot aliens like Star Trek? That's a lost opportunity. Hey man, there's plenty of furries out there that love the Tavaran and the Xi'an. If it's the, what's the rule? Rule 34? Is that it? If it exists, there's lewds for it. What alien is the most advanced? Probably the Xi'an. But humanity is catching up pretty quickly. Beggar space nomads? Kind of to a degree, yeah. There's also the other typical religions, the earth religions, you know, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, paganism, you know, all the various religions of earth still exist. You also have Xi'an have a religion. There's also a Tavaran religion known as Rajora. I forgot the name of the Xi'an religion, but it's similar. It's more of a philosophy than anything. The Banu have two gods. One's trade and one's luck. So. Can humans reproduce with any other race? No, they cannot. Oh yeah, there's also the Prophet of Pyra, which is another religion. Xi'an religion is ninjutsu, yeah. The thing about a person to manage the Latin community out there, I want to list myself. I don't know if there's many Latin speakers. If you're talking about the Hispanic Latino community, I think they have somebody in Europe, but I don't know about if they have in the United States. Hey, Seda. Which race has a longer lifespan? The Xi'an. The Xi'an live 1,000+ years. In fact, the humans have had a massive Cold War with the Xi'an, and the current imperator, or the current emperor of the Xi'an, came into power when the Cold War started, and they're still in power. Is the in-game travel time between planets and solar systems lore accurate? Not exactly. The lore is supposed to be about 0.2 C is the maximum travel between planets. It's speed in terms of planets. But in-game is also compressed. The distances are shorter than they are in reality. Everything is kind of scaled down, and time is accelerated. So, and you can actually see that when you pull up the R display info, the R_display space 1, you'll see the server time on there. And the server time is ticking in the compressed time of the verse, which is much faster. So. The oldest Xi'an remember about the war where the oldest humans barely remember. Yeah. It's actually scaled up for testing. Yeah, regeneration is not cloning. It's not immortality. The lore of regen is more about it exists to justify regeneration as a gameplay, but it does work in terms of the concept, in terms of like the lore itself. It is a life extension technology where you can effectively copy your brain scans, like your personality, effectively your soul, and which is constantly updated through a connection through interspace, that when you die, you will be regened back into your body using a kind of a serum that was developed that will then attach your imprint to your body. But when you die, all of the information that you had when you died is transferred to your new body, which are called trauma echoes. And these echoes will actually reflect on your body in some way. So for instance, if you died and your arm got cut off before you died, your arm may not regen properly because your brain is telling your arm different things. So the trauma echoes echo into your body. So eventually, you have what's called an imprint viability score, which will tick down every regen, and eventually you'll be unable to reprint your scan will no longer be able to be viable to the body that you print, and then you experience what's called ghosting, or just the final death. And that sounds like, wow, that sounds like space magic. And the answer is yes, because we got the technology from aliens, and we don't understand how it works. We just fucked around with it and then figured out that we could use it to extend our life, and we have no fucking idea how it works because it's only been around for less than 10 years, or less than 3 years in lore. Yeah, it's actually stolen from the Vandal. Respawn NSC won't be what it is in most games. If you're incapacitated or hurt too much, you end up losing your character and lose money. Yeah, eventually you die. Your character will die, and then you have to roll a new character. And when you create a new character, you will get your money and your reputation back, but drastically reduced. You'll have to pay some sort of taxes or fines and that sort of thing to be able to get your ships back, so your money will be less. And your reputation will also take a hit as well, because technically you're a new person. Our Death of Spaceman has been abandoned. Is that true? No, it's pretty much the same. It's defined slightly differently. This stream is making me interested in Star Citizen lore. I saw the Temple Institute saying Star Citizen universe and lore wasn't well done, and kind of stopped paying attention to the Star Citizen lore. Yeah, I'm going to be very, very honest, and I know the Temple Institute have seen me talk about this before, because they've hopped onto my stream before. But the Template Institute has, from its very inception, always had a bone to pick with Star Citizen. And that video is so poorly researched that it's almost a facade. It's a farce that someone who is as good at making videos and as good at research as Templin made that video in the first place. Because it's mostly incoherent bullshit. A lot of the stuff they're talking about was ancient lore, stuff that hadn't been updated for 5 years, that has been completely different. A lot of their complaints were completely nonsensical. Like, for instance, they talked about how the government makes no sense, but the government is explained in other parts of the lore. The problem that Templin ran into is that there is no wiki. There's no giant wiki that explains exactly what the Star Citizen universe is. You have to painstakingly go through 17 different sources to be able to piece it all together. It's a puzzle, and that's intentional, because they don't want to give everyone just a guidebook to the lore. They want people to read the stories. They want people to experience the characters. They want you to kind of put it together as part of the project. They're also not completely finished with it yet. So I don't blame Templin for what they did, but I do know that they've had a bias against Star Citizen, especially the Star Citizen lore, since the very beginning. If you watch a lot of their other videos, Star Citizen's always their example of the worst lore, period. And their final conclusion is, in effect, a biased piece of shit that was a rambling 1-hour video that shouldn't have been made. And it was uninformed. And it's quite frankly, I've been meaning to make a video that kind of goes through it and debunks it and throws it down the way it should be. But it's made whenever I make videos with Star Citizen lore, someone always comes up and says, Star Citizen lore is garbage. It's like, because you don't actually listen to Star Citizen lore. You heard one dude say it was bad, and then you assumed that was the case, because you trusted that one source instead of doing the research. I do videos on the lore, extensive videos on the lore. I think the new Lagrange points will be something like Cryastro, or just something more of the same. It's hard to tell. They may have, I think they've said that in the past they've wanted to do things like abandoned space stations. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had abandoned or outlaw space stations as well. And like I said, no hard feelings to the guys over the guys and gals over at Templin Institute. it's more than one person works on that project, and the person who did that video had his own biases, and it was obvious that they didn't know how to research for Star Citizen, because I have hard times doing all of that research, and I've been doing this for years, so I get that. But on top of that, he came in with his own bias, and then just was looking to confirm his own bias. He was looking to say, effectively, he came in thinking that Star Citizen lore was garbage, so he was trying to find ways of expressing that Star Citizen lore was garbage. I think he probably has this concept where if he doesn't like something, it's got to be bad, which is something I've seen a lot on the internet, and it's sad that someone isn't open-minded enough about that, but... Does he work for Kotaku? No, but people have their own personal opinions. Star Citizen is a weird beast, because it's easy to hate on for many different reasons. Because it is at its core everything that's bad about video games: macro transactions, never-ending development, constantly in alpha, game is buggy, game breaking. People spend millions or thousands of dollars and never see what they want. Like, on face value, Star Citizen is a scam that no one should be in part of. But the reality is, you have to do research, you have to take time, you have to take effort to look through what's actually happening to understand that it's a lot more complicated than that. Star Citizen has macro transactions because it doesn't have a publisher. Star Citizen is constantly being developed because Star Citizen is at its core trying to achieve a very specific vision that even the developers have reached out to the player base and asked if they want to continue with that, with the player base saying, yes, we want you to achieve a goal that we want to see. We want to see this game as best as possible. And pretty much all the things that CIG gets shit for are things that players have either actively petitioned for or players have they've asked players for feedback on. So it's a complicated issue. And I get why some people don't like Star Citizen. Some people will never like Star Citizen. Some people will never get Star Citizen. That's okay. And it's not going to be everyone's game. But the least that I would ask for anybody who's looking into Star Citizen is just do some research beyond a Kotaku article. You know? Hey, Stiffy. Sorry, I'm kind of fading here. Thank you for that raid. Welcome, Stiffy. It's rough building lore. You have to intertwine it with real life lore and make it sensitive, but also have to make the game in-game lore. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to do a wiki for Star Citizen, because there's just a lot of stuff that they have to wait for in-game to happen. Yeah, it seems like having your own opinion these days is unacceptable. I want everyone to think exactly the way they think, no matter how super crazy it is. I think some people have this idea that if they don't like something, it has to be bad. Like there's this belief that, like, for instance, a great example, the new Star Wars films. The new Star Wars films are a mess. There are problems thematically and storytelling throughout it, but it doesn't mean that they're all bad. I liked the controversial one. What was it? The Last Jedi. I liked it. It was good. I liked where they were going thematically. I hated the ending, but I thought it was okay. It was one of my favorites of the new ones. But there are people who legitimately, but I get, like the new saga is not really my thing. I was kind of disappointed in it. That's about it. But there are people who legitimately think that because they don't like it, it has to be the worst thing on earth. You know? Or like the new Star Treks. I was I'm not really a fan of the new Picard. I like Lower Decks. I enjoyed the first couple seasons of Discovery. And from what I heard, Strange New Worlds is fucking amazing. But there are people who don't like New Trek, so they go out of their way to say it's the worst thing ever made. It's not just one genre or one thing. People just have this mentality that they kind of dig into, and other people feed off of it because it's really easy to feed into that sort of like, oh, I didn't like something, somebody else didn't like something, let's fucking shit on it. So yeah, exactly. Talking about wrong repeaters like Redeemer Hunters. I always say, like, whenever I think about tweeting like something like that, so I always know someone's going to come back and say the Redeemer, Paul. What about the Redeemer? And I've always gone out of my way to say, I think the Redeemer's a steaming pile of shit. I'm never going to hate on anyone for owning Redeemer, but I'm going to poke fun at them. And I think that's the same way with Star Citizen, and it happens a lot with Star Citizen, is that some people feel like it has to be a scam and they'll do anything they can to prove it's a scam because they got angry about it or they're upset about it. And because they're upset, everything else has to revolve around their experience because that's the only thing they can pull from. And I think some people just don't realize they're doing it. Yeah, exactly. Star Citizen is the one of my favorite ways of describing Star Citizen is that Star Citizen is the worst game. Star Citizen will punch you in the face and give you absolutely terrible bugs. It is a giant fucking scam that you hate for 60% of the time. And the other 40% of the time is experiences that you just will never experience anywhere else. The game either does not want you to play it or doesn't want you to stop. And that percentage is getting more and more towards the want you to play it as we go along and things get improved. But I have had experiences. I've been playing this game on Twitch and in, like on YouTube since 2016. Well, since before that, but like on this channel, it's like 2016, 2017. And there are times when I just cannot play the game because it's just that fucked. There are days when I play it, I'm just like, Star Citizen doesn't want me to play today. I'm just going to call it a day. And there are times when I play it for 17 hours. Or not 17 hours, but, I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. Blah, blah, blah. So I get that. Yeah, this game sucks. See you tomorrow to go again. Exactly. I hate you, Star Citizen. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Remember like 3.4, 3.6 with the race where you race your ship every 2 to 4 minutes, 30K? 3.0. That was 3.0. Or 2.0 and 3.0. All right. It's midnight. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I should have been to bed an hour ago. I love y'all's face. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Hopefully YouTube doesn't private this again like they did last time. But I will be back tomorrow for for another lore tour for Friday. We'll do the lore tour for Crusader, Tumbril, and Misk. And then we'll also do some gameplay probably. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.